Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending tonight's city council meeting. We're so glad to see you here. This is a formal city council meeting, so all the rules of decorum are in force and will be strictly abided by. With that, I call this meeting to order. Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated. City Secretary, we have a quorum this evening with all council members present. Proof of notice of meeting, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Notice of this meeting was posted by 2 p.m. on February 28th.
Okay, thank you. All right, City Secretary, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have two. First up, we have Shelley Atwood in Ward 2 commenting on item 3A.
All right, Ms. Atwood, I'll remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Be sure to mention your name and your ward into the microphone for the recording, and council can't respond to you.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Atwood and I live in Ward 4 at 404 West Sul Ross Avenue, just 200 feet from the American Legion. I'm here to oppose their request to extend operating hours until 2 a.m. and to share the growing concerns of residents like myself who feel unheard in this process. Last week, I spoke to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but it was clear our voices didn't matter. All but one member of the board recommended approving the permit. Another member even mentioned her husband's interest in opening a bar, raising serious concerns about a conflict of interest. Mr. Ramos, representing the Legion, praised their charitable work, but omitted that they're exempt from property taxes like us, the taxpayers funding the city. He claimed no police reports exist about noise, but we've hesitated to report every disturbance, fearing we'd be seen as nuisances or face retaliation. That was a mistake and it shouldn't justify dismissing our concerns. Is calling the police routinely how we foster community involvement, especially when this late hours permit would make the Legion only the second establishment in Alpine allowed to stay open until 2, and it's right outside our door. I can't see how permitting the Legion to stay open later, potentially increasing drunk driving risk, benefits our community when it threatens our quality of life. We're not against the Legion's mission. My father and sister were veterans, but this isn't about charity. It's about late night noise, safety, and fairness. The proposed hours, likely on weekends and holidays, mean over 100 nights a year of loud music and patrons leaving at 2, risking drunk driving on our streets. We've already seen violence on our street. Is that the future we want? Decision makers who don't live here are imposing harm instead of seeking alternatives. Our neighborhood is changing and not for the better. The Airbnb behind us, which was approved without notifying us, brings strangers who disregard our peace. The city pushes changes on us, encouraging businesses into a residential area while downtown buildings sit vacant. As retirees, we lack the financial resources to relocate to Alpine's quieter, more affluent areas. Does the city believe residents like us deserve less peace and lower quality of life simply because of our economic circumstances? We're losing the neighborhood we came to 20 years ago and its progress at our expense. I urge you to reject this permit, if not at least impose stricter noise limits and monitor late night risks. You don't live in this neighborhood, but we do. Please don't let these later hours make our living in our home unbearable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Secretary.
Next up, we have Andy Ramos, Ward 1, also addressing item 3A.
Okay, Mr. Ramos, please state your name and ward. Remember, council can't respond to you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Andy Ramos, Ward 1, and I'm here on behalf of the American Legion 079. We are a family-oriented organization. We support our veterans. We also support our Pike County schools and different entities, 501(c)s through our fundraisers. We donate a lot of money, probably to the tune of $125,000. Now, what we're asking is 2-hour extension, and it's not all every day. It mainly be Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday rather. But we do have fundraisers. Sometimes, we'd like to extend it out once in a while, but it's not a norm from Sunday through Sunday. It's primarily again, Friday through Saturday. We've never had a report as far as any incidences at the American Legion. And I think the city manager attested to that last week when she said we have no reports with the police department. We pretty much police our patrons. If we see they're getting a little obnoxious or whatever, then we escort them outside and ask them to leave, or on many occasions, we have other people that'll drive them home. So we are very responsible in what we do. So I'd like for the council to consider us extending our hours by just till 2 a.m. And again, it's only primarily Friday and Saturday. Thank you.
Okay, City Secretary?
Oh, that concludes public comments.
Okay, we're going to move into public hearings at this time. If you're here to speak on a public hearing, it's much the same. You'll have 3 minutes. The council cannot respond to you, and you'll need to state your name and ward when you come forward. All right, public hearings will begin at 5:36. City Secretary? Public hearing A, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding special use permit 2025-03-01, a special use permit allowing the applicant, American Legion Post number 79, to obtain a late hours certificate from the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission to allow open hours until 2 a.m. The subject property is located at 306 West Sul Ross Avenue. The property owner of record is the American Legion. The parcel ID of the subject property is 11884. The current zoning classification of the subject property is C2 Business District and will remain the same if the applicant is approved. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing public hearings at 5:37. City Secretary? There are no presentations and recognitions tonight, no proclamations. Community interest items, City Secretary, each member gets 1 minute on the clock. If you would start my timer, please. All right, first I want to say thank you to the Sul Ross State University football team for helping clean up the west entrance of our town. 87.96 pounds of trash was collected, over 7.92 acres and 2.6 TxDOT city highways were cleaned. And this was for the Great American Cleanup. So thank you much for your community involvement. Also, the hotel occupancy tax grant applications open on March 10th. We have an election coming up on May 3rd for Ward 1. And March 29th is the library fundraiser, Dancing with the Stars. Okay, moving on to City Manager. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one item tonight. We are having our second hiring event on Saturday, March 8th, 2025, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Civic Center. It has been announced on the radio, in the paper. We've been using social media. We're encouraging those who wish to apply to come interview and hopefully get selected.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Stevens, 1 minute.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just have 2 items. They're from the Commissioner's Court as the city's representative Commissioner's Court. One is rather obvious. The burn ban was reinstated. Because it's rather dry out there. Humidity got down to 5% yesterday. Second item is Commissioner's Court had a special meeting today to approve the winning RFP submission for having a skid mounted building to help the clinical facility in Studi Butte. So providing healthcare down there.
Wonderful.
That's all I've got.
Thank you. Councilmember Escobedo.
I have 2 things. First, I wanted to wish my granddaughter Aliyah a happy birthday.
Happy
And
birthday.
of course, to all the people in March. And then the second, I wanted to show my appreciation to Dr. Sanchez. He did a wonderful job here in Alpine and also with my family. So I wanted to say thank you and that I appreciate him a lot.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Nance, 1 minute.
No comments.
Councilmember Martinez, 1 minute.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone to be here tonight. Thank you. We like to see happy faces. And second, we have an opening for Parks and Recreations for Ward 2. So anybody would like to serve in this committee, you can contact me.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone, 1 minute.
Mayor, just want to wish everybody a happy Mardi Gras and wish you a happy, of course, season as we get towards Easter. Want to announce Big Bend Stars, Dancing with the Big Bend Stars is coming up on March 29th. It's right here at the Alpine Civic Center. You can, of course, find more info on Alpine Public Library. I believe they're still accepting folks to dance, so And I see some faces lighting up over here. I also want to note, Women's History Month is this month, and I want to, of course, congratulate all of the honorable ladies that are up here serving their community and our mayor, and thanks for all your service and doing everything you do. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, moving on to changes to posted agenda. Items to be continued or withdrawn. Okay, items to be removed from the consent agenda. Okay. Action items to be added to consent agenda. Time sensitive items. Okay, seeing none, we're moving on to the consent agenda. City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda contains 8 items. Item A, approval of the February 18th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Item B, approval of the excused absence of Counselor Eva Martinez from the February 18th, 2025 regular city council meeting. Item C, approve order 2025-03-01, an order correcting a typographical error for early voting dates for the May 3rd, 2025 order of general election. Item D, approve the appointment of Benjamin Garcia to the place 1 position on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Item E, approval of resolution 2025-03-01, a resolution approving a budget policy for the fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Item F, approval of resolution 2025-03-02, a resolution approving the investment policy for the fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Item G, approval of resolution 2025-03-03, a resolution approving the financial policy for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. And item H, approval of resolution 2025-03-04, a resolution authorizing the city to participate in the WEX fuel card program through the TIPS Purchasing Cooperative for fleet management, efficiency, and cost control.
I need a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Let's vote.
And I.
City Secretary Council voted unanimously to approve the consent agenda as written. All right, items removed from the consent agenda, there were none. Reports and presentations, there are none. Information and discussion items. The first one belongs to me. And this was in regards to the Texas Department of Transportation TxDOT facility dark sky compliance. I was concerned about that. Our city manager reached out to TxDOT and received an email from them. And everybody will be glad to know that Armando Ramirez said that they were able to order new light fixtures for our TxDOT facility here in Alpine this fiscal year. We are now waiting delivery and installation. Currently, we have an ETA of late March or early April for installation. So then they will be in compliance. Being a state agency, they are not necessarily required to abide by city ordinances. City manager?
Mr. Ramirez is here this evening if you guys have any.
Oh,
questions.
great. Thank
I don't know
you.
if everyone has met him.
Come on up and introduce yourself for the recording, please. I'm so glad you're here.
If anything, I told him it was a great opportunity to meet all of council.
Yes. Okay,
No,
introduce yourself.
Thank
please.
you. It is great to be here in Alpine and here in council meeting. Yeah, my name is Armando Ramirez, the TxDOT Alpine area engineer. Been here for 2 years, going into 2 years already. But yeah, it's nice to meet everybody. And yeah, that's our update. I was made aware a few months ago of these. And yeah, fortunately, we were able to work this out. We look into the city or the county ordinances, and yeah, fortunately we're able to. We're a big agency. We're a big district. We actually have facilities in six counties in West Texas, going all the way to El Paso. So there's a lot of facility maintenance, but we're able to squeeze it in to our budget. And yeah, we already have the fixtures in El Paso. We're currently waiting installations. Hopefully, yeah, we're looking into sometime in April.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Councilmember Stone?
Appreciate your service, and I think we've spoken on the phone a couple
believe
times.
so,
and I
yes. Yes,
appreciate
sir.
what you've done when we were having our updates out here and listening to a lot of the residents' concerns about overnight work, and really do appreciate everything that TxDOT does. Thanks for your service.
No, thank you. Anything we can do, yeah, please feel free to reach out. I have an open door policy. Yeah, you feel free to stop by our offices if there's any issues, anything we can do for the better of the community, yeah,
Gosh, we
by all
appreciate it.
means, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
I just want to thank you for being here today. Thank you for your job.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Nance?
No comments.
Councilmember Escobedo?
No comments.
Councilmember Stevens?
Hey, thanks for being so proactive. You, Don, and Anthony, all you do, because I spend more time with them. They probably want me to, but thanks so much for what you're doing.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and we appreciate you coming out here. Anything else, city manager?
No.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on to action item, or not action item, pardon me. Moving on to discussion item B. This is also mine. It's regarding the wild hogs problem that the city of Alpine, and I just want to discuss residents' concerns, as we heard.
You're not talking motorcycles.
No, not those wild hogs. That would be fun. No. We already know about the golf course and the problems they've had and what they've done. But there's several residents that have reached out, and they're concerned about the growing population of wild hogs. And I just wanted to pick council's brains and see what y'all think we can do in this regard. So Councilmember Nance, any ideas?
And hopefully ignorant of hogs. So, I'm gonna lean on the experts now.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
So they're kind of, because I have some neighbors who live around the corner, not too far from the creek on the north side of Hinnock Hill. And the way in which, and they had an infestation, the way in which they've gotten rid of them is put sensors out there for sprinklers and then flashing lights. And that tends to chase them away. The other thing they commented was do not water at night. Okay, because the hogs want to come in, they like the water, particularly this dry time, they're gonna come up out of the creek bed and work their way through because they're going after the water like all the other animals they want to drink. And so watering at night is exactly the wrong thing to go do. And then, as the last resort, if you can't chase them away, then you gotta trap them and get animal control to come pick them up. But they are pack animals, so one will follow another. In fact, if you trap one, particularly if you get a sow, her mate may stick with her, or if you trap one of the younger ones, the sow may stick with them until, they're able to get out. They're really bright animals, but we don't want them.
No, we
Yeah.
don't think it'd be dangerous,
Yeah.
Does city manager just animal control pick up wild hogs?
Jennifer's actually here. I think they may pick up dead ones.
Jennifer, can you come up?
They may
Are they
pick up
just-
dead ones.
Just
Um,
introduce,
We might want to remind that you can't trap them as a resident here, according to the code, I think.
just go ahead and introduce yourself, and then you can also address Councilmember Stone.
Jennifer Stewart with Alpine Animal Services.
I could be wrong.
She'll let us know. She knows. She's-
So, when we get the calls like this, usually our main thing is just going out there and trying to scoot them off the property if it's safe, if it's possible, and then possibly contacting the game warden for trapping. We do have a larger trap, but we typically will not be the ones to do that unless it's absolutely necessary and the game warden needs assistance with that. So it's not, we don't put that on our staff. They can be, as we all know, can be dangerous animals.
Huge.
And huge, yeah. So, and it's just, it's kind of out of our hands.
And in regards to Councilmember Stone's comment,
Of residents trapping them on their own property. I believe that is in our updates. It wasn't.
Specifically trapping hogs, I'd have to double check. I don't know if we added that or not.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'd have to look at that. I don't think so. I think they'd need assistance.
yeah.
city manager?
if it's okay with council, I'd like the chief to also come up. I have a question for
Okay.
him.
Anybody else?
I am a recipient
Just-
of a hog infestation that actually created a large vet bill when it attacked my own dog.
Ah.
66 staples later. They are very dangerous.
Dang.
I know that they are considered a wild animal, but they are in some areas considered a nuisance as well. Do either of you know if Texas Parks and Wildlife has a program right now that allows those on the outskirts of the city to kill or,
Yes.
reduce the nuisance. I know there's a terminology for it specifically. Is there something in place with Texas?
So
Municipal Light?
if the persons live outside the city limits, they are allowed to take care of themselves.
Yep.
Here within the city, we would prefer that they would either call the police department or call Parks and Wildlife to take care of them. And we have some pretty good marksmen in our department, so they can take care of that.
So do you know if somebody could set a trap up in their front yard and then call you, or?
I think it's better if they would contact us to see about setting up a trap. On the south side of town, we've had that problem for the last few years, and it's, I guess, they migrated north. And so, yeah, they tore up my front yard with my sprinkler system, and so, they are a nuisance. Where I live on the southwest side of town, the property across the street from my house is county. And my neighbors own that property, and they tell me, anytime you see hogs out there, please take care of them. And so I go out there every now and then, but I have not seen any in our neck of the woods. I would say for the last year. And but they are a problem. And contact the police department, contact Parks and Wildlife, and we'll take care of them as far as in the city. Outskirts of town, they are allowed to. We ask that they're careful in discharging. If they're close to the city limits, make sure they're not shooting towards town, make sure they're not trying to. One of our councilmen has had that problem as well. And so please be careful in which direction you're shooting.
Can you say that, as far as I know, there's a pretty big violation if a bullet went over your property?
Oh, definitely.
So trespassing of, I don't know what exactly that.
So that would be deadly conduct.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
No question.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo?
I don't have any more problems with the hogs.
And that's what I said,
They have migrated.
they have migrated to the north side of town.
Yeah.
We've had the problem in the south side for
Yeah.
quite some time.
Councilmember Nance?
I was just gonna mention, it looks like in our code of ordinance, it says, hunting of any kind is strictly prohibited within the city limits unless it is for the capture or control of nuisance animals by an authorized government official.
Yeah, and that's hunting. It's not specific to actual live trapping that we're I think what you guys are talking about. So. I do want to piggyback off of what he said for deterrence. We also, if you're out there feeding cats and dogs outside, pick up that food because they're gonna go after that. If you have a fenced yard, make sure it's secure at all times, especially at night, to kind of deter them from that. If you have a nice little water feature in your yard, just expect you're gonna get wildlife. Skunks, raccoons, all of them are coming to you.
And I'll piggyback off of her. Please do not discharge firearms within city limits. Contact the police department. If you are allowed to use force if somebody's being hurt, but we would prefer you contact 911 and get us out there so we can handle it instead of somebody just shooting off a gun wherever. So.
And really quickly, could you tell us the difference between a javelina and a wild hog? Just, I know folks probably know this, but we don't want to, they're cheap, right?
Yeah,
they are.
they do look different.
Yeah, they are.
They do look different. Physically, the javelinas tend to look a little smaller. Their facial features are a little different. I would just, as a good rule of thumb, just assume that they're all, gonna hurt you and just to leave them alone. So.
Typically, the javelinas are in packs and the hogs are.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not a huge expert on
Yeah,
the
me neither,
pigs,
but
but-
yeah.
Javelinas have killed animals in town
Oh,
too,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's good to be careful.
Yeah, I agree.
Anything else?
Have we seen any bears yet?
Mm.
I'm waiting because they
Yeah.
were really dry.
As dry as it is, I
Yeah.
expect
The bears start coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you both. All right, so we're gonna move on to discussion item C. This belongs to Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah.
We are in that animal advisory board, and Jennifer explained that it's a big problem there, and I invite her to come and explain us what is the problem and find possible solutions
Sure. So our incinerator, as you know, we do cremate animals at our shelter. We've been doing that for 12 years now. It has been an asset to our community. We've helped, I think I put in my write-up, I'm hoping you all read that, at least 2,000 pets in the last 5 years we've assisted with cremation. Over the last 5 years, we've made just a little under $150,000 for our city with this service. Currently, our incinerator, and it has been for years, has had some maintenance issues. We fixed one, which was the burners on the incinerator. And that did solve our issues for a little while. Now we have a crack in it. So it has now become a dire situation that we need to replace it immediately, or we're going to have to stop services to our city. Okay. And not just our city, we also service Marfa, Presidio, Terlingua, Fort Davis, Sanderson, Marathon. This is not just going to be an Alpine issue. If we have to stop using this service, it's going to affect everyone in our area.
Okay, and I want to mention that former council member Judy Stokes sent a message to me, and she said that she wanted to be here tonight to support you, and she wanted to let council know. She said she supports getting a new incinerator, and at one point she thinks there was money set aside in the CIP. Going out for a grant would take months, and she doesn't think the incinerator would last that long to wait for a grant. As you know, she said grants are a long, drawn out process, and it's super important to us as a community.
When you tell us prices, more or less how much it will cost.
So
to buy
I've
a new one?
looked anywhere from a lower grade machine that we actually have at the shelter right now. Those can roughly be anywhere from, I think, $15,000 to $20,000. The machines that I think that we would best suit our uses, because we're cremating every single day. Every single day, that machine does not shut off. 7 days a week we use it. They make machines that you can do multiple animals in a day. Currently, the one that we use, we can only do one animal a day. It was not built for multiple cremations. Like we did not anticipate the use that we've used this machine. So the bigger ones can range, higher price ranges, $65,000 to $100,000, depending on what we want to get for our city. But in the long run, I mean, we made this little thing out here last 12 years, and just in 5 years, like I said, almost $150,000 back from a $10,000 machine. So if you think about that, I mean, if you can't think about what it means to our people and their pets, their family, think about what we are going to lose financially if we lose the machine.
How much does it cost to have your pet cremated?
It depends on the weight of the animal. So anywhere from $90 to $130 if you want a private cremation. And that's typically what we're offering people. And we can always increase those prices. I have not increased those prices over the years. So if it means that we need to increase, I know people will pay this to have this service. It's really important.
Councilmember Escovedo?
I go for getting a new one. I mean, that is very important. I mean, I know what it means to lose an animal.
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Megan, I know that you applied for a grant. What would be the sooner way to get some money? Can we move money around so we can buy and then pay back if we get a grant? What would be the money possibilities that you can give us?
So the grant hasn't been applied for because you have to have a line item. It's through the USDA. In particular, it's their community projects that are kind of you can apply at any time. And then when funds become available, if you meet their qualifications, you can get that grant. If the county wanted to move forward with it today, you would have to do a budget amendment and use part of the fund balance. There is no room in the current budget to accommodate the new incinerator.
So that would have to be an action item and then.
That would be an ordinance to amend the revenue and the expense within the general.
Councilmember Nance?
I got a lot of questions. But we've had it for 12 years.
Mhm.
Is there any typical amount that these are supposed to last? 10 years, 20 years?
I feel like with the usage that it's been, I think we've surpassed that in miles. I don't think that this type of machine was made to be used every single day, 7 days a week,
And you said it's
even on
typical-
holidays.
It's typical for one animal at a time.
Well, it's actually was, I believe, made for mass poultry incineration. So that's what it was original intent, which wasn't, for private cremation. We just utilize it for private cremation.
And you said that it's cracking at some point. Is it still safe to run? Is that your worry that it's not safe to run, that it needs to be shut down?
I'm worried that it's getting there. Yes.
Who services something like this?
In the area,
Nobody. So when y'all had to do the burners, did we install that in-house?
we had to get I believe he does heating and cooling. He was able to come out and install it safely for us.
Nobody local does anything.
Not that I know of
Oh.
with the bodies and stuff.
Travel.
Yeah, we're just we're flying by the seat of our pants, really.
As far as the area, you said we service pretty much the Tri-County area.
Mhm.
Presidio, nobody else has an incinerator.
There is one located in Fort Stockton that I'm aware of. I don't know how often they're using it for public use. I need to talk to Dennis a little bit more about that. But they have something on the ends of what we have. So most likely a 1-a-day cremation service as well. Just looking at the type that they have.
Okay, and you said we bring in about 30,000 a year in this.
It's
Okay.
actually, if you look at, I don't know if in your packets, you
Yeah.
should have the budgetary accounting general ledger system copies there. You can look at the bottom 2020 to 2021, we had almost 46,000. And then if you look at 23 to 24, we had $51,362. So it's just going up. We're continuing, as people know that we exist, we continue to get customers. We also, you can never gauge, our pet loss in our community. It's just
Why are we
happens.
seeing an increase like that? Increased pet?
Increased pets and increased knowledge of our services. Could be a range of things,
Okay.
but it has not been an increase in the services. It's been the same prices.
Which is 95 to 125.
It's 90 to 130 if you're doing a private cremation.
And you said that's typically what you do.
Mhm.
Do y'all rarely do the multi?
We do multiple cremations, that it's called a communal cremation, as we can. So obviously our private cremations are gonna be our priority cremation. And then our communals will come as we can do them. Just for context, we don't just do public pets with communal cremation. We're talking about any kind of roadkill, anything like that, we are incinerating as well. If we did not have this, we'd have to take it to the dump, which is also added cost for us. Megan, it's 20, we get allotted 20 dumps a year,
There's 20 large animals a year.
20 large animals a year. So we get that almost in deer every year. So just think of what we're gonna run into if we have to start doing the rest of them.
And is that mandated because we're an arid landfill?
No, that's the contract. So we can dump more out there, but we have 20 free. Then it is also by weight, and it can be anywhere from $120 to $200 an hour.
Okay, let's see what else I have here. Only one. And also, when you mentioned that, is this the only revenue stream for your department?
We do adoptions, if animals come in and found stray and they stay for a while, that's an intake fee. We have surrender fees, quarantine fees. So we have other fees, but this is the registration. Thank you. Yeah, microchipping, things like that. But those are all little tiny things compared to this. This is our main source of income, I guess.
I'm seeing 51,000 in that year for revenue coming in and 23, 24. So we're bringing in about 51,000. Megan, how much what's the cost to run the department? Who employees and everything else?
It's, off the top of my head, it's probably between 400,000 and 500,000.
Gotcha. Which it is a service you'll provide and absolutely needed.
Sorry, I was actually looking at the wrong numbers when I was saying the totals for the year. So you were right around 30,000, 35,000 for our profit for
On
that.
cremations.
Yeah. So that is a good reference there.
Okay, and then I see what y'all are bringing in elsewise. Okay. Like parks, you know, it's a quality of life thing to actually have somebody manage all this stuff.
Right.
Okay, and then in your mind, since you're the one that runs this all the time, we don't deal with incinerators much. What do you prefer?
What type of incinerator?
Yeah, you said they can run anywhere from 15,000 to 100,000.
So the one that we have is, I mean, what you could describe as like a bona fide barbecue pit. It does not look, it's not, you know, you might have seen things like these in movies and stuff. They're the ones that are what I would hope to have is just a stand-up machine that's kind of like in a block. And you can put them in through the front, and it's just a door, and it's a lot easier to manage the animal as well. There's not as much lifting and gently putting them into this, you know, crevasse. It's just it's a lot easier to move the animals around, and it cools down at a faster rate so that we can do multiple animals in a day. Currently, we're having to utilize freezers to hold these animals, and some of these people are waiting weeks. If you know, we've just had a really bad week and people have lost a lot, you know, a lot of people have lost pets. We have people's pets just waiting to be cremated, when we could, if we had one of these really nice machines, could possibly get them back the same day or the next day, which
Do y'all process the whole thing when you're doing a private cremation?
Mhm.
Then y'all get the ashes and give them back to the owner?
yes, unless some of the vet clinics request that we call them, or we drive the cremains back to the vet clinic, so they don't even have to come up to the shelter, because sometimes the shelter atmosphere can be hard for people, especially if they just lost a dog and they can hear the dogs barking in the back. So sometimes it's a little bit more pleasant to just go back to where they had their animal euthanized, and they can pick them up there.
Final question. How long has this been on the capital improvement project list?
Years.
3 years.
3 years, Megan? 4 years?
Since I took over 3 years.
Okay. That was all the question I had.
Okay.
Councilmember Stevens?
Thanks, Jennifer, for kind of all that, and thanks for asking the questions. Now, what does Saul Ross do? Because they've got a lot of animal stock. Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Megan has an answer, maybe.
Oh, no, I
Oh.
had another inside job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's let Councilmember Stevens finish and then.
Yeah, my view is from a business case standpoint, you know, and what's it take to operate one of these things on an annual basis?
What, how much, like the gas and all of that, or
Just in terms of
like
maintenance or things like that.
maintenance? It's actually it's not too bad. It doesn't take us much time in the morning. We'll put them in, and we'll take one out, and we do have to process them, which only takes about 5 minutes or so. Putting them in there doesn't take very long. It's just the waiting of the machine to go through its cycle, and then the cool down, we have to wait till the next day to get the animal out because it's so hot.
Okay, but I'm just thinking from a business case standpoint, you know, if you spend $150,000, you're gonna get a payback in 5 years.
Mhm.
Is kind of what that would be a reasonable business return. So I'm in favor of going forward with it. We ought to do a reallocation from a budget standpoint. We got to figure out where to come from. But the other thing I would strongly suggest you all take a look at is what's the appropriate fee to charge? Because if the fee goes up, that's going to get a better payback, and you're probably going to get a better machine than, you know, the smaller machine. And it sounds like the need is there. And then if you talk to Bonnie or the folks out at NRS, that'd be helpful just to find out what they do see, another arrow in your quiver.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm happy to reach out to Bonnie if you like. I
Yeah,
can just walk out and talk to
If
us.
you hear anything before I can reach out, and
Yeah,
just
I'll
shoot me an
go-
email, let me
I'll
know.
go talk to Bonnie.
Um,
I'll talk.
Yeah,
City
and I'm
manager?
happy. Oh, go ahead.
So it's from a maintenance perspective, in the past 13 years, they've invested less than 10 grand.
Okay, so it's really nice. Super good. Okay.
Okay.
From Eva's, only because I have this in discussion for next agenda. Looking at the public property financing where it's the lease kind of program, that is another option that I could reach out to capital government or government capital and ask them if we're looking for the incinerator, and then we could put the payments over 3 to 5 year term.
Yeah.
And it would just come out of our general operating expenses, with the first payment coming out next fiscal year, not this fiscal year, but the project moving forward. I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. I just added it.
It's good. That would be good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good news, Jennifer.
Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess without like, I love the idea of like getting, investing money and being able to get that back, but by no means am I saying this is a business in any way either. But do you know how much we're that it's not Alpine Pets in a percentage, like the percentage of everywhere else in this tri-county region?
The majority is Alpine residents. I actually provided just, I think it was just a few months of documentation of where they're all coming from.
Sure.
It's in the sheet that looks like this.
You mind letting me know what's the synopsis of that real quick?
So let's just say in October, out of 34 total cremation, public, for the public cremations that came in, 22 of those were Alpine. The rest of them were from surrounding, but that's quite a few from surrounding.
Yeah. So it looks to me, it's hard to follow the number over for myself. But,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as for
Okay.
like December was 18 out of 37 and
So what I guess I'm trying to come to as well is I agree. I think there could be a nominal, increase in some way. I don't know what it is, 120, 150, something like that. It's not gonna be huge. At the same time, we gotta think, maybe less people would use it if it's so much more expensive. It starts to be $200-300+ dollars. The last thing I would say are these pets that are coming from outside, it looks like not that many, obviously. I mean, how many pets are there in Fort Davis? We're not gonna lose that many every month, but I guess the data is showing otherwise right now. My point I'm trying to come to in question is, are you getting these pets from other places? Are they from having relationships of people that wear your hat in those towns and communities, or are they just?
I think it's a mixed bag.
Okay.
Fort Davis, I think a lot from Fort Davis is we're getting directly from the vet clinic there too.
Yep.
So we have a good relationship with all our veterinarians that actually, so their word of mouth is helpful too. People are dealing with end of life with their animals, and those discussions happen. Sometimes those animals aren't euthanized in the clinic, but die at home. So it's already put in motion prior to needing the services.
Sure. And so the last thing I'd say, not again to turn this into a business, but if you started making more relationships or advertising this service in some way, would there be capacity to go beyond these numbers right here with a larger machine?
Possibly, absolutely.
So storage at the place already, y'all have storage there, you would have the ability, I'm trying to get in with my
Yeah,
mind of like.
I mean, and if Fort Stockton is just servicing Fort Stockton,
Sure.
if we're advertising that we potentially have a turnaround of a day or two, aside from maybe what their wait times are,
Sure.
it's possible that maybe we could, I hate to say, take business from other towns, but maybe,
Well, I'm just saying, even the
anything's
area,
possible.
I'm guessing most folks don't know about this and maybe the vets, as you said, though, yeah. I guess my last question is, are you cool with doing, it sounds like we're not so much gonna go through a bidding process, but could you maybe get us a few options?
I was
or
gonna
3
mention that,
options in
yeah.
some way, so that we aren't just
Actually,
picking something.
depending on the cost, we would probably
Have to go through a
bidding
bid.
process, because we still have to follow the procurement, even if we're
Yeah.
gonna do a funding, option. We still have procurement, so
Right.
unless they're part of the purchasing co-op, TIPS, Buy Board, Texas Smart Buy, then we would have to go out for an RFP.
And I won't speak for you, but great for your first, maybe it's our first, the finance director, first time to allocate that job and be able to partner together and can see how well they go about that. Yeah.
I mean, I can see about the lower end and just what the ranges are there and to, you know, a middle and then a high, just to, so we all have kind of an idea of what we all want, and what we think that we
And then
need to
maybe,
serve.
you know, I'm thinking of 2 to 3 options, probably 3 options of the actual models or
Right.
range that you want is
Yeah,
what it
yeah.
sounds like.
Okay.
You can give us the lows and the highs too, but
Yeah.
pick out 3 that you like, you know?
Yeah, I want to be realistic, but I also, you know, I've been, you know,
Yeah.
wanting this for a while now, so.
Okay, Councilmember Nance, you had something else?
The last question I had is, you said something when Mr. Stevens was speaking. So right now you come in the mornings, you put the animal in there, and then it takes all day to actually cool down. You often only do 1 animal per day.
1 animal per day, and depending on the weight of the animal, it can take anywhere from an hour to 5, depending on what the weight is. If we're doing a communal, it's usually that higher end of 5 hours just in there during the burn. And but then we can't, I mean, it's not safe to even touch or use equipment with.
So even if you were doing a dog or a cat as a solo private thing, it's gonna take all day to do
all
the
day.
process.
Yeah, there's no weight there. Some of these machines also have different chamber compartments in the body of it, where you can actually do them all at once too, where they're separated. It's a whole thing.
Because that's where my mind goes is we could replace this, but if you said earlier that sometimes there's a waiting list and you'll have to store animals until they can be done.
Yeah.
It's a big deal to move from doing 1 animal a day to 2 animals a day.
Right.
And if that can be done, if that's a multi-chamber thing, or by the laws of physics, can you actually process an animal in the morning, it cool down and process a second animal after lunch?
Yes.
It's a big difference. That would buy y'all a lot of flexibility in your in the demand.
Definitely. And I mean, you don't want to have to hold bodies, you know, that's not ideal.
Jennifer, you're still gonna consider gas, right? Because the city doesn't
Yes.
charge itself for gas usage, but if you go electric, then the electric bill would be another.
I absolutely want to stick with the gas.
And they have crematorium systems that you can put 2 trays in or multiple trays in. Right, I'm gonna forward you a business model case that kind of walks through all the costs, a medium and a high. That'll help you all think your way through it.
Yeah,
That'll help us.
appreciate that.
Great, thank you. All right, anything else before we move on? Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to information discussion, item D, city manager.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The next item is to discuss the proposed draft of the 380 ordinance and application. And what I've done is, in all of our discussions with economic development and moving forward and trying to help businesses, I reached out to Cynthia and she put together a draft 380 agreement. We did have some back and forth on some of the things I considered wanting to change. This is not in our current ordinances, so this is 100% new. There's not a comparison unless you compare it to other cities. What I did provide was kind of a summary over the actual ordinance as a whole. The ordinance is in your packet as well. I wanted to have this as a discussion item to get your insight to possible changes. And then if you had specific questions, to get Cynthia to assist with that as well, since she is the one who helped put this together. My biggest concern obviously is going to be the management of it if we do issue 380's agreement. I appreciate Cynthia greatly for putting some applications together because we tend to put things in place without having a process and application. So we have that as well. I did ask that she break it down a little further and kind of the types, you know, the tax abatement, the facade grants, ways that they can apply for these types of improvements. I know that you know, it's a lot to read, but I wanted to pick your brains today so that Cynthia and I, if we need to go back and make any changes, we can.
Okay, so in 2-3 sentences, for those out there, for those who watch on YouTube, can you explain what a 380 is so that the public has an idea of what we're talking about?
And Cynthia, correct me. So a 380 agreement is the ability for the city to work with a company, a developer, having something in return. So if say the city owned a piece of property and we wanted to develop it, but we didn't want to develop it ourselves, we could go into a 380 agreement with a developer and say, okay, we'll let you develop this property. We won't charge you maybe the sale of the property. We'll let you utilize it to develop it. But in return, the city wants A, B, C, and D. And so it becomes an agreement with you have access to the property and we have access to what we're requiring. Maybe it's we want you to employ 10 employees. We want you to provide a retail type environment, not a restaurant type environment. It's also for our ability for current businesses to come in and request for assistance for, tax abatements or rebates. Where they say, hey, we want to go into an agreement with you. We really think we can provide better services if maybe we had a reduction in our property taxes, and this would give us the ability to have them do the application. It also helps small businesses, when we're looking at, maybe painting the outside of a building or signage or providing something that could help that small business to improve. They would be able to apply for some possible funding through the city. Like, hey, if you do this, we'll give you this kind of thing. So it's really an economic development tool in order to bring in businesses, support the local businesses, and then of course, develop that economic development.
Great, thank you. And did you want to start with Cynthia or do you want to start with council questions?
I think it's really council questions.
Okay.
Get your insight, and then Cynthia and I can, fill in where needed. Are you good with that, Cynthia?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Stevens.
So let me first start and say I'm wildly supportive of the 380. And I think the format and kind of lays it out is all good. It sets a framework about the things we can consider. That's where I think so a lot of work's gone into this. My concern is having a set of parameters that we council can really, and I think it's worthy of a workshop, have a discussion with, and I'm going to use the term pro forma, some pro forma examples of what we would say makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Because if I'm a business person out in the community, my reaction is going to be, hallelujah, I'm coming to council, stand by. And then we council are going to get inundated with 15 people who want new signs, because we know there's lots of new signs needed in Alpine. Or I want to paint the front of my building. Or I can think of a bazillion different businesses who would come forward. And I think we need to help people think about the parameters that would make sense. And I'll use, Colin Bibb as an example. Came on in and wanted tax abatements. Had we had a 380, then it would have been, here's my game plan. And we said, no. Okay. So having people go do work without a set of parameters, in my view, doesn't do them a service or do us, and it does us a disservice as well. On the flip side, if we thought about what thresholds make sense, then people are going to say, now I know the thresholds. Now I can go put my business proposal together to go partner with the city relative to where those thresholds are, whether it's taxes or signs or painting or whatever. I think that would be much more beneficial. So I love the concept. I think it makes sense. I think we have more work to do to talk about the business side of the equation, lest we find ourselves a lot of people coming in and and I don't want to sit up here in council and says, well, you approve theirs at 3%, but you're going to turn mine down to 5%. I don't want to go on that path. Okay, is that helpful?
Councilmember Escobedo.
I think it's good. Economic wise, we do need a lot of development there. And I do agree with that we do need to look at it a little bit more in depth.
Okay. Councilmember Nance.
I guess I have questions for Mr. Vino. In that, have you worked with other cities in Texas or especially West Texas to implement a Chapter 380? And if so, what were some of the growing pains?
So I've not worked 380 specifically out in West Texas, but I've worked 380s, where I'm located, more central, in and around the San Antonio areas. And so, there are two big hiccups that I think councils will face it as we work with these, right? Is the first hurdle that has to be crossed is the fact that this is actually, the giving away of a resource, in exchange for something. And that is always the highest, the biggest threshold to cross, because at the end of the day, we're offering incentives. We're saying, hey, if you will bring this business to us, you get X, Y, and Z from the city. And that's just not normally how cities work, right? We're, council members, you are immediately warned at when you come into office that, the city cannot give away or use its resources to benefit a private business, right? But Chapter 380 agreements or incentive types of agreements, economic development, that is the one exception. So that's always the first hurdle, is just kind of changing our mindset on what we want to do. And then, establishing what do those parameters look like? Because there will be a run on City Hall, as soon as this program becomes available, right? And so you've got to really kind of think through those issues. The drafts that we have provided to you and working with Megan on, they are real baseline. There is nothing super fancy in these things. They are just, that starting point, right? And so the sky's the limit, and the city really has to go through and consider, all right, for instance, we've got this kind of set up in 3 different categories. I refer to it as kind of small, medium, and large. Signage, building upgrades, normally municipal governments, they will cap that and will say, hey, these types of incentives are capped at a one-time grant, $5,000, and you can't come back to us, in a 3-year period. Something along those lines, right? Something that says, hey, we're offering you assistance and we're helping you because we know the more you advertise and the better you advertise, the more sales, the more you're going to make. So that's one option. The small business programs, that might be where you'll have a little bit more room to give and say, hey, we've got some small some smaller businesses that are, at the cusp of growing, and if we could, work out an agreement with them wherein we will, front them, $10,000, $15,000, get them over the hump for a piece of equipment or something, that will get them there. And then of course, the tax rebate program, that's kind of the full on, hey, we're hoping, think of your whatever, major retailer or major manufacturing or whatever business the city would be looking to bring into the city, that is where that one, the parameters as they currently set are I'm going to use the term loose, but that might not be the best term, but that's where the city would have the most opportunity to really, get down in the nitty gritty and negotiate for every point in that, in that agreement. So, okay, big business, you're saying you want to come to us, great, but we need you to, ensure that you're going to give us 25 full-time jobs, 10 part-time jobs, salaries at no less than, you'll provide this type of benefit, for the employees, and we expect that, you're also going to report to us once a year and show us, your financials and show us how you're working. And if you meet those things, then we're going to rebate you, within the first year, we'll rebate you, 50% of your ad valorem tax once you got your infrastructure put in, the following year. And it just gives you those tools, right? And so, and that kind of goes to that first piece, right? Because most of our permits for the city are really regimented and really regulated, right? Because we want to make sure that people comply with our things. Whereas 380, those parameters are a little bit more global and holistic because you want to be able to use them to the city's benefit of negotiating, a good agreement.
Okay. Couple things just through there that I wanted to say too is, I agree 100%. So when we actually do a 380 agreement, the city is investing in local business and the expectation is that we're either going to get increased property values or increased sales. So it's not a handout. It's us basically trying to, our payback is through property tax and sales tax.
Exactly.
One question too I had for you. I'll come back to that question at the end because it may be a longer one. So Megan, this is a question for Megan, and then I'll bounce right back to you, Mr. Bino. The Ritchie, there was an HOT grant offered to them for the back porch section. So that could be, we're already investing in the Ritchie through that aspect of an HOT grant on the back patio. That could have been done through a 380 as well.
Yes, but you would have had to have something tied back to them, bringing something back to the city.
Gotcha.
So we're gonna give you that tax break, we're gonna give you those funds. But in return, like she mentioned, we want infrastructure improvement, or we want to see that you have 4 full-time employees, or. I mean, yes, it may increase their sales tax, but at the same time, I mean, it's obviously not gonna be a guarantee. And then that's also something to consider when you're looking at these is, do you want businesses to have the opportunity to go after hot funds as well as 380 agreements? And then are they taking from every pot possible, or are we gonna regulate that they can only take from certain pots?
Because government's gonna be the catalyst for the investment, and then private investment will take over once the match gets lit. Theoretically, then I love how it's small business focused too, how we're talking about, facade improvements and other just small business here, kind of focus on downtown. And then like you mentioned, the larger things, we're not there yet. I don't think we're not bringing a Walmart to town or anything. Have you seen anything that is, I guess the one worry I have is management of this. When we talk about you have to create 3 jobs and you have to do X, Y, Z, does that management aspect fall on the business or from the city side?
I'm gonna say the city side, if we're, and I've seen other entities with their 380s and they go on a shelf. And then a couple years down the road, the 380 is about to expire and they're like, oh, well, you didn't do item B. Well, item B should have been done year 1 and no one checked on it. Or, hey, you said you would have 15 employees, but you have 1 and everyone else lives in Fort Stockton and does it remotely. So there's no benefit to our community. I think it does lie back on the city to ensure that whatever we ask for within the 380 agreement is being completed. Like she mentioned, if that means they have to meet once a year with the council and provide their financials, then it's on the agenda once a year and they're coming in with, hey, this may be proprietary. We want to have it in executive. We want to, discuss, this is where we're at. But I do think the city needs to stay on top of it because I have seen other cities put it on a shelf. It goes to expire, comes to term, and then that entity's like, oh, well, we didn't get what we asked for.
So when we talk about management, one question, Mr. Trevino, on this would be, I guess 2 questions. One, the person that manages this, which we've been working a long time to kind of get an economic development person hired with the city whenever that right candidate comes along. Do you have any war stories about clawbacks from a city, that a city had to manage clawbacks from anything else like that?
So your performance agreements, once you, get to the point that you ready to set your term and put them into, the form of an agreement, your performance agreement will have clawback provisions. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Clawback provisions can be exactly that. It can be, a real fight. But I have seen where sometimes it's also just a matter of, hey, let's sit down and renegotiate this agreement. You've completed, say, 85% of what you're supposed to do, but you're short this 15%. If we tweak up this agreement a little bit, both entities can continue to, get the benefit of, of that original agreement. Maybe they just need more time to, finalize a piece or a portion of it, right? So the enforcement of it will always be, is there an option to, we can agree to figure out what that path looks like going forward, which is, from the city attorney side, my preference is that we stay out of any legal, lawsuits, as long as we possibly can. But there will be, there is always the potential that you would actually have to, file suit and go through, a district court type of action to gain compliance with your agreement.
And the final question, Mr. Trevino, is this one. We're not setting up an EDC or anything else like that. So the program would be funded by general funds. Is there, since you've worked on both sides of these, is there any advantage to actually having an EDC in the future, say 2-3 years down the road, from a funding perspective, grant perspective, to actually tie into 380s? Or is there no advantage of treating general funds compared to an EDC sales tax fund?
Right. So my thought is, and this is just a personal preference, and I can certainly, get you a little bit more research for, on that. But, if you have the ability to create an EDC and fund it through a sales tax, that is always just, that additional revenue stream, right? And an EDC, when it incorporates, it is a separate entity from the city. It is a true, nonprofit type of organization. So while they have some of the same rules as the city does, as far as open meetings and compliance with open government and that sort of thing, there are some restrictions that they don't have to comply with because they are not a municipal corporation, right? They're a separate professional type of corporation, right? So there's some pros and cons. And normally where you will see that is in the purchase and exchange of property. They've got some different rules that make it a little bit easier for an EDC to go through and purchase property, exchange properties. And when I say property, my mind is thinking like real property, as opposed to personal property.
So that could be like foreclosed on properties or anything else. And the EDC would have an easier ability to purchase foreclosed on properties?
So they have an easier ability to buy and sell. That's what I'll say, right? Because the city itself has some restrictions, especially when it goes to sell property. There are certain things, noticing provisions and all the provisions in the local government code that the city has to comply with when it goes to sell property. And where that comes into play is, for some reason or another, the EDC comes into possession of, a nice, wonderful, piece of property at certain, part of town. Well, now, they can put an RFQ out there that says, we want to sell our property. And, part of that sale requires that you come in and develop, and I'm just going to use an example here. You're going to develop us a hotel, and it's going to have, a coffee shop with it, and it's going to have an X, Y, and Z with it. And, part of our deal is, you get the property at, at a different rate than you normally would, because the city would be in a, the city has to sell for fair market value. Whereas, an EDC can make different considerations, for that. So that's the first example that kind of jumps to mind.
Okay, and then one last question. Executive session, we spoke before, like with big deals that go through EDCs or Chapter 380s, they typically start and go through executive session. Smaller things such as grants, facade improvements, anything with an actual provision from the business, whether small, medium, large business side, how much of that runs through executive session?
So remember that particular item to go into closed session is completely discretionary. So that is at the discretion of the city council, right? And the reason you go into closed session normally is because you want to protect the city's negotiation or negotiating position, right? And so sometimes, smaller things, if it's a flat grant of, hey, you can apply for this and it's, $5,000, there's usually not as much need to go into closed session for that type of, consideration, for that type of program. If you're negotiating a multi-million-dollar business, right? And I'll give you, for example, it's a Chick-fil-A, and they're really worried that, Churches is going to come in here and undercut them, to slide into the city instead. They're going to want to ask for those things in closed session, right? Because everybody wants to protect, their negotiation position. And so that's the primary thing, with EDC negotiations. And then the final piece on all of that is that, and I get it, being a taxpayer myself, sometimes the constituency says, there's a whole lot going on behind closed session, and there's a whole lot of wheeling and dealing, and we want to know what's in that agreement. Right. So the statutes have changed. So, if the city, gets to the point where we're doing those types of agreements, those agreements must be posted to the city's website and must be posted to the state comptroller's website. So they're, and you're required to submit them. I believe it's once a year. So, anybody that would be interested in looking at those and seeing what those, that financial transparency is there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm 100% in favor of this because we've been talking for economic development since I started in this position. And I'm so happy that finally we move forward about something solid. And I agree with the other councils mentioned before. A workshop will be very informative, not only for us, but for the businesses in this area. And my only concern is to be in specific guidelines about the differences on the big cities and in small cities like us, that sometimes they don't apply for us, that are mainly for big cities. So So the businesses and people know what to expect or what to get from this 380 economic development. So and that would be my only concern, so they can be more clear, so we can know and they can know what to expect and what to get and not expect it way too much and get disappointed.
Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mayor. I got a few questions, also for our attorney as well. I guess I want to start with, just clarifying, there was some things said between the Development Corp. And there's a lot going on in the legislature and a lot of news articles on some specific ones. I think it's South Texas that have been making deals outside of their area. This 380 agreement is the city and a private business. Those are the two entities that would be making an agreement, just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you mentioned Chick-fil-A. Can you give me some other, I mean, I'm sure everybody's stomachs rumbled, but can you give me some other potential businesses or ones that you've seen in your work that have striked up in these agreements?
So restaurants are always, subject to 380s. Hotel complexes subject to 380s. Manufacturing businesses, tech related businesses. I know of, the tech related ones, those are starting to be kind of hot topics.
Yep, and I got a really cool graphic that I'll make sure that we send around here, but I'm just noticing it's one of those bubble graphics. I'll make sure everybody sees it at some point, but it's who currently has businesses here in Alpine. It's educational, it's who's employed by folks, so it's not businesses. Educational services, public administration, construction, food services, retail, finance and insurance are definitely the big ones I can see. Healthcare, retail, I mentioned retail, transportation, utilities, information, I think is kind of that tech you're talking about. So there's a lot of stuff. And then there's, of course, manufacturing is actually really, really small. Forest, other things on there too. But I really, I'm hoping while restaurants do have difficulties in our community, I'm hoping we can dream bigger. And I'm going to just kind of speak on a platform because, to be honest, it's going to be some gentlemen out here that will be sitting in seats up here. And I hope that some of these resonate with you as well. According to the Census Bureau, 10%, 9.8% of our population is below the poverty level. And when you bring that 200% poverty level into this, we're talking about a household of one making $31K and a household of two making $42,000. And I can't imagine, especially with the prices as they are, and that they're sure to increase, that we want to make sure that there's real protections in here and actual things that are going to be good for the people of our community. So I would hope that there would be at least part-time wages of $15 or more. I would hope that full-time wages would be near 22 or more. And I would hope that healthcare and other types of benefits would be insured upon these businesses as well. That we're not looking to increase another business that the taxpayers are going to pay for in another way, whether that's health insurance, whether that's emergency services, or whether that's food stamps or other types of government businesses. We want to make citizens that can support themselves and their growing families.
So Councilmember Stone, are you saying you want that as part of the 380?
Yes, I would hope that. Yes, ma'am. And then my last point that I want to strongly put here as well is that in any of these agreements, I just want to note that our median household levels in Alpine is about $54,000 a year. That's the average amount of money that comes into a household. And so if we can get closer and closer to that and attracting a business that thinks that they can do something good for this community, I really implore upon the next people sitting up here and the folks that are here right now that we really, really push a business to be able to serve the community and to serve the citizens here. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me those comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, so city manager, I think a couple of council members mentioned it and it's a definite need. We need a workshop
Yes.
sooner rather than later, because this is something that's rather important for economic development for our community. So that we could talk about things like regulating the pots of money, as Cynthia mentioned, that businesses take from. And then even in what you provided us, there's some blanks that we need to fill in. So we need to talk about that. Also the parameters of what we're looking for in these 380, such as what Councilmember Stone was talking about. And just figuring it out.
So.
Do you have a potential date for
April
us?
1st. Could be the next possible, workshop, because we already have one scheduled for the 15th.
So for
4 p.m.
Okay, council, please mark your calendars, 4 p.m., April 1st, workshop, 380s. And for those out there, the
Mayor-
workshops are also recorded. You can log in via Zoom to see what's going on if you can't be here in person. And you can go to the City of Alpine YouTube channel and see what was discussed as well, just like city council meetings. All right, Cynthia?
Yes, and just, final comment here is if y'all, know of, a neighboring, entity or somewhere you have visited that that they, did that project via 380, the legal parameters for Chapter 380 leave a lot of room for discretion. So feel free to hit the internet, find those places that had good projects, find, those places that, maybe you heard about or saw, in a news clip or something and, check out how they did it, check what their parameters are, because that, you can always find ways to incorporate those pieces into your program, if you find a piece that somebody else has. And just, because we can always, get that final document structured to support the city on what y'all's dream, for this program is.
City manager, do you know of any?
So, I do. All of the 380s and 381s are listed on the state comptroller's website. We are required to report them to the state, if we have them. The most recent one in our area would be with Brewster County. They had a 3181 agreement with the solar farm. That just recently came to terms. I do believe there was some conflicting. Did they complete what they said they would? Which is why I'm saying the city needs to stay on top of it. As far as other cities, I'm not sure if Fort Stockton has. Remember, we are unique. We are home rule. So we follow things a little bit differently than general law cities. But they are all reported on the state comptroller.
Is Fort Stockton general law?
No.
Okay.
But I don't know if they have 380s. I'd have to double check. I know that you will see them, the majority of them in larger cities. But I do know like Midland, Odessa, a little bit smaller, still bigger than us. But there are lots of opportunities to research in the future.
Councilmember Nance?
I was gonna say Pecos. Pecos has an EDC that I think's jive, and so they're bound to have 380s they're working with. And I think I have that gentleman, so we'll just reach out.
Okay.
And then one other question I had, workshop April 15th. I don't have that on the calendar. I was gonna see what that is.
So that workshop was set up and was one of the prior discussions to discuss the employee benefits. Bringing in our broker from Hotchkiss. I asked for him to kind of look over our benefits, and I did get a copy of the school district so we can do a comparison. As of right now, we are pretty good.
Okay. All right, great. Anything else? Okay. All right, and so that concludes information and discussion items. And with that, since we're past the hour mark, we're going to take a 5-minute break starting at 6:50 p.m. All right, moving on to action items. The first action item belongs to city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Action item A is to approve the resolution 2025-0305, a resolution authorizing the city's police department to participate in the Office of the Governor's Public Safety Office Homeland Security Grants Division Operation Lone Star for fiscal year 2026.
I need a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 2025-03-05 as presented.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
City manager, begin discussion.
Included in your packets is the information. This application is due by March 13th. Based on our grant policies, we do have to get city council approval before we apply. And the state does require a resolution as part of the application. This year, so the city has gone after Operation Lone Star in the past. I know there's been some concerns from some of the council members. This year, we're looking at going after overtime only. Our current Lone Star grant also has for us to have some license plate readers. It is to secure and enhance the border. We utilize it within our city limits. The police department does work with all of the other entities within the region. It does have a minimum of 20,000, a maximum of 5 million. We're not applying for that much. We're applying for about 80,000, just for overtime. I did include the actual summary of the application. You'll see that it is pretty long. I'm really gonna leave it open for questions.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
No, I have no questions. I know the city is always looking for the city and they need this to be approved. We'll go for it.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo.
I think the only thing is, if that's the only thing that they're needing, then I'm okay with that. If they're needing something else.
So we actually looked at, so this is the time period we've not applied for any of the governor's office e-grants that they have available. We are stepping back a little bit this year, reevaluate our needs and assess what we have. That's why we're only going after, not going after, but we're only going to apply for the overtime. One, it's a benefit to our employees. Two, it does help with keeping our area a little bit safer, gives them that opportunity. But we aren't going after the
Chief.
So we currently have multiple grants going on right now. I want to explain that. We have current Operation Lone Star, which also includes the license plate readers. We have a message board grant. We have ballistic shields for rifle resistant body armor, and we also have ballistic shields. And we just wrapped up the previous Operation Lone Star, and so I don't want to take too much on my plate and then have to maintain everything. And so this year, as the city manager explained, we are only asking for the Operation Lone Star. And that's just covers us for overtime. Yes.
Councilmember Stevens.
So what's our funding right now, Harold?
It's for the current grant,
To the current grant, yeah.
I believe it's 107,000. And that covers the license plate readers, which takes up the most of it. And then I believe it's 22,000 that of overtime.
Okay, very good.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had conversations about this. I respect you and I respect all that your officers are doing as well. And I really do appreciate, this is the most info I've seen, at least on the time that I voted, and I think the time that it came up in previous years. So I really do appreciate seeing a lot more here around this. Can you walk me through just I want to vote for this, to
Yes,
tell
sir.
you the truth.
You betcha.
And at the same time, I have a heavy heart with some of these issues as well.
Understood.
Can you walk me through what we talked about the first time I ever met you, of why this is important for your officers?
For one thing, it provides it provides more income for the officers that we have. We don't pay a lot, and so this gives them the ability to make a little bit more money. And then also the one thing that's most important to me is that it provides deterrence. If there's more police cars out on the road, it provides a deterrence to prevent to committing any crimes, and so that helps us out. And the primary reason of it is for border security. We've been able to make a lot of arrests of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and that's our main goal. And unfortunately, it does include immigration, so that does fall into it, and we have to provide those statistics to it as well. And so that's what we do.
And that really shows the benefits. This has nothing to do with you, but
Yes,
since
sir.
we're talking about Operation Lone Star, I'm going to mention two quick points. That the forward operating base that is being set up in Eagle Pass right now did not have to go through a bid process and was given to a Governor Abbott donor to be able to build that with state funds because he did it through an emergency action item. The second point I want to mention as well is that around Operation Lone Star, there's also a thing called the border wall, and that at a price of $25 million per mile, only 34 miles of wall have been built in Texas through this program.
So this is not what we're talking about here tonight.
This
So
is-
I'd call a point of order, because if you want to give statistics, I got a whole bunch of other statistics to walk through as well. We're
Absolutely.
talking about Operation Lone Star. We're going to approve it or not.
Sustained.
Not a political statement.
Sure,
Okay.
I'll continue on a
On
different.
on our.
On the
application.
actual application. Sure
Yes.
thing. Thank you. And so the last question I have directly related to this, to make sure that we remain kosher to this, is that it says that the grant may not be used to support, in number 18 on here is any other prohibition imposed by federal, state, or local law. And when we went through our local ordinances, and this isn't a trick question, because I know that if someone commits a crime and they're undocumented, they would be handed over, especially a serious or felony type crime. But can you just recite to me what the difference, what the current Alpine Police Department practices are in relation to the policies that we adopted at the last meeting or two regarding immigration?
Understood. So one of the things that you were mentioning in that one meeting is civil offenses. We don't handle civil offenses, right? If there's a dispute between people and it's a civil matter, we get them separated and we do our thing. And so most of the things that we handle are criminal. Okay. And so if somebody is committing a crime, depending on what how major it is, depends on what happens to the person. Either they're arrested and taken to jail, or
Written ticket right there.
yes, exactly, and detained and released. So, so if we're dealing with an immigrant that's committing a criminal act, we'll take care of the criminal offense as is, and then if need be, then we release them to a border patrol.
I very much appreciate.
Yes, sir.
Your service, Chief Lasoya, and I appreciate how you described that.
Yes, sir.
As personal view, I think we have plenty of law enforcement agencies, by my count, nearly 20 in this community. And there's quite a few that work in this specific regards, but I also understand and appreciate to be able to make sure that our officers are given the appropriate salaries and resources to be able to do their jobs well. So thank you again for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilmember Nance.
A couple questions. You said that we did 22,000 in the last round
Yes. Well, no, that's current.
in the current one.
Yes, sir.
And then I saw the minimum is 20,000, it goes up to 5 million. How much are we asking for this time? Or how does that work?
So the
So-
way we applied this last go round is we only applied for 3 officers to work 600 hours with an estimated cost of benefits. This year, we're gonna apply for the department as a whole for up to 1,200 hours with an estimated cost. So we're looking between $60,000 and $70,000. I'm working on getting the calculations for the application. We sat down a couple weeks ago or last week and started filling it out. The application itself, there's lots of questions. You have to fill it all out. But we're calculating the actual time. But remember, our officers have different ranges, so we try to do an estimate. but we don't want to undershort ourselves either. So we were very specific for this year because we wanted the equipment as well. Try to balance it out. Don't ask for too much. This next go round, it will just be for the overtime, but for the department as a whole.
1,200 hours, about 60 to 70,000.
Except exempt employees, don't benefit.
Yes.
So exempt employees can still work the program. we're not reimbursed through the grant because our policy specifically states that exempt employees don't get paid overtime.
Last question I had was Homeland Security. This is federal dollars that go through the state and then come down to local.
Correct, sir.
Is there any worry about loss of federal money because of Doji or any of this other kind of stuff actually happening? I mean,
No.
wouldn't be a big deal.
You know, and to explain a little bit further, one of the things when I've been doing grants for a long time and there was times there I was just like, I quit. So, but so one of the problems with a lot of grants is that you have to use that money or
lose it.
yeah. And so when we first started the grants, we had problems with the officers working the specific grants. Now I have gung-ho officers that are out there. One officer this morning, he got off at work at 7 a.m. He took a break for breakfast, and for 8 o'clock he started, and then he was just like, well, I can't pull anything over because the wind's blowing too hard. And so but we have officers that are really wanting to work this overtime. And like I said, it benefits them because it gives a little bit more money in the pocket. So
And is overtime paid time and a half? for the police?
yes.
Well, time and a half as long as they meet our policy. So the city's policy is they must work a full 40. Vacation, holiday, sick leave don't go towards your full 40. So if an officer does take time off, but they still work the grant, they'll get reimbursed either at the straight pay, which we ask for reimbursement through the grant, and then anything over the actual worked 40 would become the overtime at time and a half.
Right.
That was all the questions I had.
All right.
Okay, great. Anything else?
Just comment, this is state funded, not federally funded.
But does the money come from Homeland Security? So is the federal government giving the money to the state and then the state distributes it?
Correct.
It is, because if you go to the state website, it is state money.
So all of the grants that we have, the pots of money that they're getting it from don't affect this. It is gonna come 100% from the state.
It's $3 billion a year typically, or biennium, excuse me, every 2
Okay,
years.
good to know.
And so a lot of our grants, what I'm responsible for every quarter is to provide stats to the state in reference to purchasing and stops or whatever else. And so every quarter I have to give the stats on the, say if it's equipment, I have to show that the equipment was being used, the officers were trained in it, and provide that every quarter. And so, and some require, like Mr. Stevens was saying, if they have federal tags to them, I have to do another federal statistics on it as well as for the state.
It's not free money.
Yeah.
Councilmember Escobedo?
How many officers are working right now for the department?
Working the operation,
Yes.
I would say 5. Yeah, there's some officers that they're like, I spent enough time working, I don't need, and they're content with what they have. So, yes.
All right.
Who's giving you all that break?
One more.
Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me, thank you, Mayor.
It's fine.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
And again, I'm not trying to point anything here. Can you tell me, is there any additional or is there any training given to officers that are working on this particular grant or in any capacity, like any officers around immigration enforcement or anything?
No,
There's no training?
no. Well, no additional training other than what we already have. But one of the things that I'm real cautious about racial profiling. And a report was made to me, not about my agency, but about another agency about racial profiling. And I reiterated to my officers, we do not racial profile. And that's about all the training, we're all responsible for it. I have a new officer that has already completed 60 hours of training. And so we are all up in training.
While the application might already be written, perhaps in future times, it might be a good idea, because I didn't see on those 18 points that training couldn't be provided by this grant, but that might be a good idea in the future to try to find some funds to be able to allocate towards.
Oh, yes. Oh,
It's gonna be a big deal. for
yeah,
Obama.
no, I totally
That's
understand
all I
that.
got.
I'm all about free money, especially for training.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote.
I'm sorry, I'm at the vote too. Nay.
Aye.
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 City Secretary, resolution 2025-03-05 passed with 4 council members voting in favor, 1 council member voting against, Councilmember Stone voted
I
against.
knew it was gonna pass.
And moving on, action item B, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Item B is approve order 2025-03-02. In order approving the certification of unopposed candidates for the May 3rd, 2025 general election.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve order 2025-03-02 as read.
I need
I'll
a second. Discussion, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. The certification of unopposed candidates must be presented to the governing body and must be approved and completed prior to the unopposed Ward 3 race being canceled per Texas Election Code, section 2.052. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Stevens.
Nope.
Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Nance.
Congratulations.
Councilmember Martinez.
Congratulations, welcome aboard.
Councilmember Stone. Let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary, Order 2025-03-02 was approved unanimously with all council members voting in favor. Next action item, City Secretary.
Thank you. The next item is approve order 2025-03-03. In order of cancellation for the unopposed Ward 3 race for the May 3rd, 2025 general election.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve order 2025-03-03 as read.
Second, please.
Aye.
Okay, discussion, City Secretary.
Thank you. So on receipt of the certification of unopposed candidates, the governing body by order or ordinance shall declare each unopposed candidate declared to office. The order must be posted at the polling place used in the election, and the unopposed candidate must qualify for office in the same manner as provided for a candidate elected at the election, and will be sworn in after the election is canvassed under Texas Election Code 2.052.
Councilmember Stone, questions?
Yeah, no questions on this. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez,
No questions.
Councilmember Nance,
No
Councilmember Steve, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary, Council unanimously approved Order 2025-03-03. Moving on to action item D, City Secretary.
Item B, I meant to put that under Megan. Apologies. Special use permit 2025-03-01, the special use permit allowing the applicant, American Legion, post number 79, to obtain a late hour certificate from the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission to allow open hours until 2 a.m. The subject property is located at 306 West Sul Ross Avenue. The property owner of record is American Legion. The parcel ID of the subject property is 11884. The current zoning classification of the subject property is C2 Business District and will remain the same if the application is.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion, City Secretary.
I'll defer to me.
Okay, City Manager.
So this item was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The American Legion had reached out requesting to change their current permit. Currently, they don't have the late hour option on their beer and wine permit. They're asking to stay open till 2 a.m. It was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission where they did make a recommendation to approve the 2 a.m. certification. It is coming before City Council for final approval. Part of the discussion is that there is some residents within the area that, are not happy with that. Both parties are here this evening. If council would like further discussion, the recommendation is to move forward with approval based on the Planning and Zoning recommendation.
Councilmember Nance.
I guess I had a couple questions for Chief.
You're popular tonight, Chief,
Right.
and you're getting your exercise in.
I'm missing my steps.
The one question I had a question, I'll start with the chief and then we'll move to Gio on, so the Crystal has closed recently and the Holland has been closed for a while.
Yes, sir.
If we went back a year or two, we've been told that only Railroad Blues had a late hours permit, and then we just recently approved the one for Harry's, I believe, as well. If we go back 2 years, what bars in town had late hour permits?
A lot. Like I was telling you, we had a lot of bars. We had more bars than churches there for a bit.
Would it be easier to describe which ones did not have?
So
layout?
let me think here. Blues, the Crystal. Well, we go further back, we had the Lobo. And
Harry's.
I don't think Harry's was ever,
He would go back and forth between the two.
I don't think he ever stayed.
but I
open.
don't think he ever stayed open late, so, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, I think here,
Was the Richie one when it was open?
no. I don't think BFW has,
Yeah.
They always close by 1.
okay, so then they had to have that, so. Never had a lot of the complaints at the BFW, so that never came up. Yeah, off the top of my head, that's all I can think of.
When I heard on that, then all of them were off the one ways. Would this be the first, like late hour that's pretty much off those main roadways or no?
Well, the VFW is on Murphy Street.
VFW used to be open till 2, because we've even had zoning issues back in, when people have
So they
complaints on
have
that zoning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
Then I was gonna bounce over to Geo. We're gonna be working on the alcohol ordinance. With the alcohol ordinance that's actually being worked on affect any of this at all?
Yes, under the current proposed alcohol ordinance, this application would automatically be approved.
And just for clarification, if council hasn't reviewed that ordinance, it's because of its zoning. So during discussion with planning and zoning, the permitting process for these type of applications, if they were in a commercial C2, it would go through an automatic approval because they were in that zone, where others would require the special use permit, which is what we're doing now.
So any C2 could automatically get a late hours permit. C1 would have to get a special use permit. And when we look, I know you guys are C2, and then a whole bunch of stuff is actually C2. So really, it's the market, I mean, you gotta have a bar and you gotta have enough people that wanna be out from 12 to 2.
All of the on-premise locations in Alpine, for the most part, are located within a C2 business district. It's just down that main Holland and Avenue E on the main portion.
Was the Saddle or was the, that ever open till 2? Saddle or Alcove? They don't have late hours?
I don't think so.
Used to work there. I don't think we ever stayed open. back
Yeah,
at night.
even during like Art Walk, and I don't think they just closed at midnight.
And then I was gonna see here, a couple more. Couple.
I'm old, so I've been here a long time. So we had a whole bunch on Murphy Street back in the day. We had Jackrabbit Fats, we had Toltec, and Chaparral, Flamingo.
Those would be all late hour permits.
Then most of them were.
Yeah.
Jackrabbit Fats and Toltec, which is one of the same. They were those are mainly towards the end. They were college. So.
All right. And a couple other things before I open up or pass it along would be just wanted to recognize the complaints. We did have the Atwood family that complained, and we received an email from the Portillo family. And some of the things that they had mentioned, and you had also mentioned, talking to you briefly, was noise complaints.
Correct.
More than, drunkenness, alcohol, or anything else like that. It's just the noise.
Yes, sir.
And which seems to be a common thing. I'm sure someone else will touch back on.
And I
that.
went back and I checked the last complaint that we had about music from the American Legion was 2022.
Okay. You did mention though, just to kind of, which I didn't know, is that the speaker system currently at the Legion, if they're playing music inside, it also goes outside. Is that correct, Mr. Ramos? Or?
No, not all the time. Most of the time we have a DJ on Fridays inside closed doors. During the summer, we might have a band on occasionally, but we do get a permit for that. And also, the police department has a noise.
Decibel meter.
That they can check on to see if it's too loud. I live a block and a half away. I don't hear,
the noise.
Let me remind you to remain quiet in council chambers, please. Thank you.
The last thing I was gonna say was just, these issues, I like the simplicity of like, if it's C2, then it goes, so we're treating everybody fair. And then once you get past that point, it becomes, we've had the issues with noise as well from the Ritchie. And if these issues can be dealt from like a good neighbor concept where the homeowners and the business owners work together to kind of solve the problem, so it's not raised to the level of a nuisance with the police or anything.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Martinez.
How many businesses do they still open till 2 in the morning right now?
I think it's just the Blues now.
Just the Blues. And that's.
Well, maybe the American Legion. I mean, not the American Legion, the VFW.
That's every day, or just on weekends,
I think just on the weekends.
just on Saturdays.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the working hours right now for them? So at what time do they close?
American Legion, they close by midnight.
I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
It's 3:00, we open,
3 to midnight.
Monday through Thursday. And then on Fridays, and we close at 12. And then on a Friday and Saturday, we open up at noon. And again, we close at 12.
You mentioned that you want this permit just for Friday and Saturday.
You want to come up?
And we,
Come up
Yeah,
here.
come on up.
now we want the permit for 7 days, but primarily it's gonna be for a Friday and Saturday. Occasionally, maybe, during the week, but it's very rare if any.
There is people who they stay during the week till 2 in the morning.
But we close at 12, so we don't know.
That's weird that you want it every day at 2 in the morning because they have to work, but
But normally, on a work day, it's, people start going home at 12. It'll be just
Come on.
on the weekend, mainly primarily when we would stay open late.
Right now, my name is Sammy. I'm with the American Legion also, and I believe I'm in your ward too,
yes, sir.
at 406 South 15th Street. So we do close on Fridays at 12 o'clock, but we can stay open till 1 o'clock through TABC right now. So we're only asking for another 45 minutes really on Saturdays, because at 1:45, we shut down. We want to get everybody out by 2 o'clock. And so it's not really, and TABC does not have a rule where we can only open Friday and Saturday. It's either 2 o'clock or whatever. So mainly for us, we don't want to stay open till 2 o'clock during the week. We just on the weekends to compete with the VFW and the Blues.
Yeah, that was my question that.
So there's no permit that we can apply for through TABC saying that, hey, we only want Friday and Saturdays. It doesn't work that way.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo.
How late does the Ritchie stay open?
10.
Maybe midnight sometimes, yeah, but, and
Yeah, their music shuts down by 9 o'clock, so.
Councilmember Stevens.
So I have a number of questions, and thanks, Darren, for asking the question about what other places stay open. I understand TABC doesn't allow only a 2-day a week, but I don't know why we as city council couldn't establish that as a special use requirement, could we?
We have it established by ordinance, the lawful hours of operation for alcoholic beverages, and right now it allows it up until 2 in the morning. So I think it might be a case of revisiting the ordinance.
But I'm not in favor of Monday through Thursday. I just gotta put that on the table. Or on Sunday night. I can certainly understand the Friday, Saturday. But if it has to be all 7 days a week, I just tell you, I'm gonna vote against it. Not because I'm a veteran, I'm a Marine veteran, wore the uniform 8 years, spent a lot of time. A lot of scholarships to the children of Marines, so I understand what the Legion does in terms of benefit to the community. But I just have a hard time with those who are looking at it. When I look at the planning and zoning map, I think one of our challenges in the city is we have residential next to C2. And I think that's an issue. I mean, if it was C1, that'd be a different story, then you can have the discussion, but this is one area, we have residential areas next to C2 properties, which is always, for me, been an issue. So that's why I Second item, this is for beer and wine only, correct?
No, we don't sell wines.
So it's only beer. But I understand, because I've been told that people are able to bring their own alcoholic beverages in, and how does that work? What's the legality associated with that?
So just as long as they bring it in themselves, they're allowed to have it. If it's a beer and wine only.
No, just beers.
I know, but the the law is TBC.
So they can bring in their own hard liquor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Spirits.
And then I presume the Legion does setups. Would there ever be consideration, because part of the issue, and I've talked to a number of people who've been in the town a lot longer than I have, when there's been other bars, and it's not the issue that occurs inside, it's what occurs on the outside when people leave. And that's where the ruckus occurs. And that's the concern people have. I mean, you know, have a drink and a beer, whatever, that's great. You head outside, they'll don't want any literally urinating on yards, okay, which has been reported. That, you know, people just, I get tired of calling the police in terms of what's going on. You got noise, you get fights. Those are the issues with bars next to residential areas. Is there any way that the Legion would consider that you use the, back to Darren's comment, use the Avenue E side for entrance and egress after midnight? And I know it's a tough issue to go work, but you know, one of the great things you guys have is you got parking on the Avenue E side. And that would certainly quiet down and not disturb residents. That's a thought that would help resolve the concerns about, you know, kids trying to raise families in that neck of the woods, and Friday, Saturday nights up till 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Councilman, and we do have a lot of our customers that do park on the Avenue East side of it. And so, you know, it's not, everybody's jam packed in the residential, you know, you have that beauty shop there. Also across the catty corner from us, and then we have the police department right across from us. That, but you know, we do have a cutoff, you know, if we see somebody getting a little tipsy, we do cut them off. And oftentimes, like I said earlier, in the comments, that we have also responsible folks that are inside that will drive them home. So we try to alleviate, we know the hazards, we know alcohol and driving does not mix. So we're well aware of that. So we pretty much police our customers.
Yeah, I get all that on the inside, and it's the issue on the outside.
Right.
And
outside, you
being an
know,
old Marine, I know what happens outside.
that's in your lifetime.
Yep.
Ours is different.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I've talked to people currently, and
Yeah,
I
but
just-
you don't see our people urinating outside. We have 26 cameras, and I monitor them at night when I'm at home to make sure that we don't have issues like that. Because immediately I tell the bartenders, call me, and I call the police first, and then call me if you see anything going on like that.
about, you know, this says Friday, Saturday, that's the intent. But once permit's approved, I would dare say it's gonna be, you're gonna stay open till 2 o'clock.
No,
So how do we get
It-
assurance of that, and how do we help residents get assurance of that?
it's rare.
Friday, Saturday?
Yeah, it's rare that we stay open past 12 o'clock. A lot of times, you know, it's slow, you know, we shut her down early. And but you know, it's 12 o'clock, and usually we get our customers out by 11:45 so that our workers can lock it up, secure the place, and things like that. So it's not that we're gonna have it open till 2 o'clock, you know, 7 days a week. No, it's primarily just 2 days.
But what happens, Andy, when it's, hey, let's stay open till on Tuesdays and Wednesdays to try it out and see how it works? Because that is gonna happen.
Well, yeah, it might happen, but if we only have a handful of customers, we say, hey, you know, we're locking it up because we're looking at at economics on it also. You know, we're on the business side of it that we shut her down.
Thank you.
Yeah. So does that answer your question?
It answers the questions. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mayor. I may ask y'all to come back up, but could you just run us through what the outside noise ordinance is after, I think it's 9 or 10 o'clock, and I know that that's a lot. Can we have live outdoor, not just live, but just music in general amplified after 10 PM?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes,
And then
we
after
can.
midnight, can we have that?
Yes, but it has to be, it's limited.
It's
And
pretty
so-
darn low, yeah.
Yes. and
Yeah.
so, like we discussed, prior with the VFW with their neighbor, with their neighbors, it's in a residential neighborhood,
Yeah,
but it's considered a C2.
yeah,
And so we go by rules of the C2.
okay,
They
yeah.
also have to have a noise permit, so if they're gonna operate outside of the normal
Yeah, they-
hours within the ordinance,
Uh-huh.
they have to have a permit.
For live
Permit
music.
to continue.
And I'm guessing they do because we've all heard it, yeah.
And it doesn't apply
Yeah.
to DJs, so
Doesn't apply to
It
DJs.
does not.
No, there's not.
That's the one I hear.
That's the one.
And I don't live a block and a half away, I live a mile away. Goodness, okay. What are the plans around the music, Mr. Ramos? Do you mind coming back and telling us that? I know you mentioned that briefly, but that after midnight, what's going on with music?
Well, usually the band will shut down at 12 o'clock. Yeah, we pay them for 3 hours. And that's about it. You know, we're not gonna go into,
DJ.
2 o'clock, DJ, 12 o'clock, same thing. And DJ strictly inside, and the doors are usually closed because the winter and also in the summer because of the heating aspect of it. So we at 12 o'clock.
But I mean, the same thing, and we know that y'all have had music, I'm at I don't know the time, but nearing midnight, if not going into that 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah, well, that's not us, because I could hear the Crystal at my house and I live on B and 9th Street. And I could also hear music from the blues at my house. Okay. But no, we DJ shuts down we start shutting it down at 11:45.
Sure.
Yeah, and same thing if the outside 11:45 as of now. On the permit, again, at 12 o'clock, it pretty much shut down because we respect the neighborhood. And we don't be a nuisance there. We've been in there too long.
Yeah, and like Councilmember Nance, I also want to treat everybody kind of the same. And so this is something I do a lot, is Mr. Ramos, I really implore you to meet your neighbors sitting in the audience, because I don't know the vote, but it looks like it could go in your favor. And I don't want to leave those that are in the audience against this, and that we've got messages from, and I'll be honest, my personal view is I'm not too for this, but at the same time, I want to treat everybody the same. And I know 2 a.m. is kind of what it kind of is a lot. We are a small town, so maybe that should be different. I'm gonna have to leave that for future councils, but I really hope that you will meet your neighbors that are especially here this evening, and perhaps even like a very good steward of their neighborhood business. Mateo Mayers gives his cell phone number to neighbors. So
Mhm.
maybe you want to start a Google number so that you don't get called all the time.
Yeah.
But that might be a good idea to be able to have a number that you can give to your neighbors so that they can text or give a call and say, hey, I don't want to report y'all the third time this week. Can y'all turn it down?
Yeah.
And that might be a good way to
Well,
just be able to be.
We do have a house phone that people can call in, and we're on the internet also, so they're free to call. I mean, we're there to provide a community service,
Yes, sir.
but we're not there to get out of line or to interrupt folks' lives late in the evening. And that's why I said by 12 o'clock, the band shuts down. 4th of July, prime example, we were open till 12 o'clock. Okay. And we had a fantastic turnout because people were excited to be celebrating 4th of July in the city.
And I can't wait to go to the fish fries over the next few months.
Oh, now that you said it, we're having a fish fry Friday.
So again, the last thing is I just hope we have a few folks in our audience, and I hope that you might be very kind to share how they can get that number, and to keep an open ear and open heart to those in your community as well.
Right.
And I appreciate what y'all.
And the
do.
thing is, we're not there all the time. We're in and out, we got other projects that we're working on. So only one that's there, finance officer in the morning. And then the bartender comes in at 3 o'clock, and then our regular customers, but I'm not there. I'll go in there to take care of business, sign checks, payroll, stuff like that. But
It's when you're open, because nobody's gonna be calling complaining about the music from last night. They're gonna want to do it at that minute. So it
Right,
might be
right.
good to make a policy around.
yeah, well, and and like, again, I say, we have a telephone number there that people can call in if there's an issue there.
And I'll
Yes, sir.
reiterate that one more time, that our newest member on the Music Advisory Committee, which does do a lot of sound ordinance recommendations to this
Mhm.
body. Again, that was something that he didn't do just being told by, this body, or I don't even know if by the police. He did that because he wanted to be part of his community. And I know y'all are part of the community,
Mhm.
but we also don't want to lift ourselves so high that we don't feel like we can't hear some feedback from just our neighbor or someone else. And I appreciate everything that y'all do.
Okay, you're welcome, but we're not above the community.
Yes,
That's why I said we're a very community oriented. And
That's
actually,
good.
we came in first place out of 456 posts for being the most community minded post. That's San Antonio, Texas, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston.
Congratulations.
So
Yes, sir.
that's what we do. And we're not here, we're here to serve the community, and we'll abide, if there's somebody that objects, give us a call. We'll be more than happy to, to listen to your concern and work it out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief, would you come back? Okay, so refresh our memories. How often have you received calls about the Legion?
So,
Fights, people outside,
uh,
noise?
we had a, looking back, we had a fight back in November, that occurred during the day. And the last complaint that we saw for music was in 2022. Now, I believe that was, November 2022.
So this fight during the day,
Yes, ma'am.
inside? the
Outside.
Legion- Outside the Legion.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then the stabbing in the neighborhood was not related at all, correct?
Correct. It was not related at all. Yeah, that happened over at 11th and Sorrells.
Right, okay. And city secretary, what does the state law say? Because I know that some things have to have blanket approval and that the city secretary would just sign it.
Well, it basically on the certification, it just certifies that, that whatever they're seeking is not prohibited by charter or by ordinance. And then additionally, I don't believe that the council really has an option to do special use restrictions, because once you approve a permit type, it's gonna be whatever is allowed by the permit. Additionally, our ordinance does allow serving alcohol until 2 in the morning, so we can, ask Cynthia if maybe there's other options, but currently it's either gonna be approved for every day or not.
All right, and Gio and Megan, the Legion's in a C2
Yes.
and the VFW is in,
That one, I'm not even sure if it's zoned a type of commercial. It's just been grandfathered in, if I'm not mistaken. If it is, it would be a C1.
I want to say it's a commercial, but I don't know if it's a 1 or a 2.
I think that's what we discussed when we were.
Yeah, when
with
we
the
had the
music.
last complaints.
Would you mind asking Cynthia about that Thursday, Friday, Saturday caveat? Or I'm happy to as well.
go ahead,
Yeah.
Councilmember Stowe.
Cynthia, do you mind joining us for a moment? Thank you. You might have heard us, and this might be a not as quick of an answer as you can give, but can the city first question is, can the city make a ordinance saying that an establishment can only be open on Friday or Saturday till 2? And then part B to that would be, if we approve this tonight, would we be able to go back and change this?
So I'm going to answer the second question first, because that's the one that I know, immediately off the top of my head. And the answer is no. If you approve this, then it is approved, regardless of what other changes get made. One of the concerns that I have, and it may be just an issue of semantics, but I didn't think to ask it in my review of the agenda prior to the meeting, is, are we using specific use permit to mean the same thing as the conditional use permit as listed in the zoning? And that might be an answer that perhaps Megan can provide.
H permit. I don't know what that's.
I can speak to that. So essentially, we don't really have a lot of alcohol ordinances in place as far as zoning and what's acceptable or not. So years back, we started sending these through the special use permit process in order to get that broad public review. And so the city secretary didn't have to just make a decision whether or not to allow it, just to kind of have that mechanism to get some eyes on it, have that transparent process. There is issues with that because as I'm sure you're aware, TABC requires, or the state of Texas requires that we sign off within 30 days of being handed an application, which we often don't do because of this process. But it's just the better of two evils at this point, just so we can, like I said, have a transparent decision on it. So that's why we are trying to currently implement the alcohol ordinance that we sent with you to kind of tackle some of those issues.
Right, fill in the gaps, understood. So council, what I can say is you have two options tonight, is because the ordinance does currently allow operations until 2 AM for alcohol sales. You know, the city would be within its rights to, you know, approve this, you know, for that use, or deny it if that's, you know, also the city's, you know, make that policy decision one way or the other. However, if council wants a little bit more research on this before it pulls the trigger, you know, making a determination, I'm happy to review the ordinances and the codes a little bit more thoroughly and provide you a you know, a written opinion on the full choices and the ramifications of those outcomes.
Can we approve just Friday and Saturday, or do we have to approve
No, we can't.
all
PABC is 7 days.
7 days or nothing?
So Chief, how close is the VFW to the nearest residential? Do you know?
It's in the back,
No, there's some property right behind it.
behind it.
It is in the middle of residential.
It is in the middle and
They
they are
actually
open
built,
till
they
2.
built, actually they built houses around it.
Okay,
The property was there before.
Yeah.
okay. And they are open till 2.
I think they have I believe they have a permit that allows them to stay open till 2. But I don't think they would have the patrons to do that.
City manager, were you gonna add something? No. Okay. City secretary? Councilmember Nance?
I just looked at the updated zoning map and VFW is C2 down there. I did want to say about the Atwoods, because they did say no noise. We haven't had any noise complaints since 2022. I watched the P&Z meeting and they did say that they just haven't willfully made any complaints, but they do have had issues. They just hadn't made it apparent to the police, just so that they're heard on that. Question on the for the American Legion. Is it a coin operated shop? And if not, why not? According to our ordinance. And the reason I'm asking is this, we actually put time limits, time and day limits on coin operated shops.
Now, come back again on that.
So on our ordinance here, if we look at 90.106, if Gio wants to look at any of that, do you already know?
Well, it's exempt under our ordinance.
Okay, so they're not a coin operated shop.
Not
Or
under
anything.
our.
Okay. Only reason I was gonna ask is Friday, Saturday is the only days that coin operated shops can stay open until 2. I thought that might have been a limiting thing if y'all were actually lifted out.
Is that the gambling little machine you're talking about? Yeah.
Let's see if there's anything else.
Yeah, and to answer your question on that, we do have the coin operated machines, the sweepstakes, but they would shut down at 12 or 11:45.
Oh, there would, so
Yeah.
you would still shut them down at 12, though you wouldn't be required to.
What's that?
You wouldn't be required to though.
No,
Okay,
we're not required to, but we do shut it down then.
gotcha. My worry about this is I lean towards allowing this because it's C2 and everything else like that. And no one's entitled for a city to never change. So those are dynamic places that are full of change. But I think the economics are going to be the limiting factor of this. Is like, you know, you're not going to stay open if you don't have enough patrons to stay open over there. And but what does worry me is our zoning map is a fun little jigsaw puzzle of where C2s are. I would really like to look and clarify where those C2s are, because if we come back in and we say C2s have the ability to actually stay open until that, I would just like to do a little more research from Mr. Vino's side on that.
And I
Okay.
think Mr. Villarreal.
And I think, you know, didn't you provide us the C2, where the C2s were located at the zoning and planning meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we displayed it on the screen. to
Right.
Kind of show the downtown area mostly, but neighboring some residential neighborhoods, definitely.
Yeah, and the
What-
Legion's been there since the 50s. I looked it up, pulled the deed out on the property. So we've been there for quite a while.
just so council's aware, whatever you decide tonight is just on this business, not the fact that it's a C2.
Right, that's the
yeah,
ordinance. That's a separate issue.
Right, right,
Yeah.
because we're the only ones applying and because of TABC.
Megan, can they change the application just for Friday and Saturday?
No.
No.
It's gotta be 7 days according to TABC.
Do we have final comments going around, I guess, real quick? Yeah, I guess I'm in the similar boat of, want to treat everybody the same, and I get this is kind of towards our center of our city in some ways. And understand the history that this was here. I'm guessing, I'm gonna believe that houses were built around it and so forth. The same time, when you move into a neighborhood, it's cool to be able to walk down the street and grab a beer, but at the same time, it's also, that you're living next to a bar and, that in that way. And so, regardless of the way this goes, I do hope that neighbors and the business that y'all will make some sort of policy and ways of being able to get some feedback so that we don't have police walking across the street, much less wasting their time every single time a phone call comes in. I know both of y'all would really like the police to do their business rather than come over with their little handy dandy noise dealio, much less, of course, put down a fight or anything like that too. But that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Well, it's really complicated because I know you do a lot of work with the community. You give a lot to the community. I will like you to just for Friday and Saturday, but now it's everything or nothing. So we have to be in the middle with the community and with you guys. So I don't know what other solutions it could be to help them, but I would prefer judge you to ask for Friday and Saturday, so that every day. And I know you're C2, but it just we get a lot of complaints, as you know, Andy. People send us private to the city council.
And see, we're never notified,
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
it falls on deaf ears.
yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Nance?
No further comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo?
I don't have any comments.
Councilmember Stevens?
Probably thank you, Mayor. Probably the one thing I would recommend is we postpone this because I'd actually like to do some noise testing. For the current hours.
Yeah.
Just for the current hours, to see what's going on. I read through the zoning ordinance again. And when it's butted up against residential versus commercial, it's down as low as 55 dB. We are louder than 55 dB talking in this room. And so you look and say, if it's 55 dB decibels, and that's what the normal noise is, then you'd say, well, it makes sense to proceed. If it's more than that, we ought to say, time out. I do think we've had the bigger issue, in terms of our zoning maps, because we do have a lot of residential with commercial. And I get all the history about where things were built and when they were built and everything else. But I'd really like us to go gather some data, because having, to Reagan's point, having good neighbors, having good discussion, I think it's the right time to go look at it, postpone it, go gather some data, then come back. We're going to be a lot more educated about what's going on. And that's my perspective.
I'd entertain that.
Okay, so do I hear a motion?
So I'd like to make an amendment that we postpone a decision on this. And someone's going to have to tell me if we have to make a decision within 30 days, but I'd like to have it come back after we have data. I'm not sure the right way to word the motion, since we're only allowed 30 days before we can deny the application or approve it, unless the Legion says we're going to put a timeout on it. If that's the case, then I'd like to postpone until we get the noise data.
City Secretary?
If the Legion is okay with it, then we can certainly just postpone it to a meeting of your choice, and we'd have to just republicize the public hearing. So it'd have to be enough time for that. So it'd likely be early April, maybe the second meeting in April where we can revisit it.
Well, we don't have a problem with it. We're willing to work with the city and the neighbors. So if you want to go and do a noise ordinance or whatnot, and You're welcome
We'll
to.
do some testing, do the noise testing, work with the chief, gather, and we'll put stuff out there, and you guys will have data, we'll have data, and the neighbors will have data.
And they won't have to reapply again. I didn't see huge fees here, but at the same time.
No.
yes, okay.
Yeah, that was my next question. We'd have to reapply.
So what did it cost you to apply to TABC?
I think
Like
we ended
15 or
up
20
paying-
bucks to me.
I'm a little, I don't have that data right now.
But it was less than $100.
Oh, no, it was, we went through an agency, Lone Star Agency, and we paid almost 4,700.
So will you lose that or not?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Okay.
That's something.
We'd have to call the agency
Yeah, go back and talk to them.
and find out, we'll find out by tomorrow.
Yeah, we can find out that by tomorrow. I can get you this, thing by tomorrow, but I just know we paid then because I started doing this maybe about 6 months ago and I really didn't know what I was doing.
No, I
And it
get it.
just, kept going and going. And then finally we approved to get a agency to help us out.
Okay.
And they're the ones that actually been emailing y'all probably. So I don't owe him.
Yeah, we haven't, not us.
Sorry, but anyway, I mean, I don't know. I didn't even know about the 30 days until Gio brought it up myself. Like I said, I'm not a licensed, I don't know, I don't do this for. a
You're not a
living.
lawyer. Got
No,
it.
sir.
Could it
And I'm
be
not
on
gonna
the
sit here
next
and lie to
meeting?
you.
Could we put it on the next meeting in the 30 days?
No.
No.
I saw you counting right there.
Well, 'cause we were just talking, because I know when we talk about postponing, I'm trying to really keep things on the shelf, off the shelf kind of deal. We're looking at the April 15th meeting to have this back on the agenda. That's a little over a month.
Okay.
You have time to get your answer. We have time to evaluate.
Yep.
And then have a decision.
Can I say something? When did we apply or when did you get the first email? I guess it's the first.
I'm not too sure. I'd have to double check that.
I'm just curious
The
because,
30 days start from that point on, right?
yes,
So I know when it was first mentioned, the city reached back out to you to tell you that there was a time window in which you could apply. And so on those dates is when we moved forward with it.
right. And then we went back to the planning and zoning. We had to wait for the planning and zoning to do first. To go through that first before we could go in front of you. I think that was if I remember correctly in my
It
email.
was like January.
I'd note when I made a business license, I did the same thing because it's really nice not to have to do it. Your fees on here were $15
For what?
for applying for the permit. I'm looking through there might be one more, but it was like $15.
The lawyers they bought.
I'm saying the lawyers and everything else is the price, but yeah.
I'm not sure what TABC charged.
So they would have submitted for the January, so the end of January is when they would have submitted to get on the planning and zoning for February to get onto the council.
Yeah, it says 15th of January is when they apply.
Okay.
And I don't believe that's correct, sir, because I'll look that up. Because if you go to if I call TABC tomorrow, I believe it was $2,000 is what I gave.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting your $15 from.
I'm guessing for this specific permit request rather than your license, that's like your.
We already have a license, so we were.
No worries.
This is
Doesn't
an
matter.
additional. Yeah.
Okay, so I think council, you've got the motion and the second on the table. If you want to amend it to postpone to April 15th meeting, that would be your next step.
Okay, so, Councilmember Nance?
I just want to make sure that they don't lose $4,600. So.
Yeah.
They're asking for a late hour permit in a C2. So, and everything's moved forward in the past in that way. So to me, it's kind of like they're playing by the rules, current rules. I just don't want to make sure that they don't lose the 4,600. Can they continue moving forward with the current thing, but rescind it if they wanted to?
What the lawyer said is once it's approved, it's done. You cannot take it back.
But so we're not approving it. If we table this or postpone it, then they can continue moving forward with trying to receive the permit. We just haven't given it our blessing, which then it actually happens or no?
They would need our signature in order to get it approved.
Okay.
So they would use 47 plus the 2,000?
Yeah, that's included.
Oh, that's.
We pay everything to them and then they turn around, they pay you off. And then they paid, I think we had to take $350 to Jessica. Also for that, for
But, yeah.
something, I can't remember.
We can provide you the receipts of what we've paid out.
Okay, so Gio, this 30 days, what does that mean for
It's
us?
just the state law says that once we're presented with an application, we have 30 days to make a decision, yes or no.
And that was January.
Right,
So are we past our 30 days?
absolutely.
And if we don't make our decision,
Well, then, I don't know that there's an automatic approval process, but, I'm just, saying that the decision should have been made in 30 days, which is what we're trying to address with the upcoming ordinance, so.
okay. Okay, Councilmember Nance.
Would Cynthia have any further information on that? Knowing that they put the permit in on January 15th, what our options are? Should this already be approved or?
We didn't accept it because we only accept special use conditional use permits on 2 days of the month, so it would have been accepted on the 27th or 28th.
Okay.
That's just when they filled out the application. The city didn't actually accept it.
So this cannot move forward without our blessing. So the 30 days is moot.
Well, it is moot, but we're technically operating outside of what the law says to do, so
And what's the ramifications of that?
I'm not too sure.
Cynthia?
Unfortunately, Mayor and
You can
Council,
mention it.
I don't have any experience with that piece of it, what happens if. And so, I can, if y'all want to, move forward with another agenda item and call me back forth, let me verify right quick, or if y'all want to just hold tight while I verify. Because the issue is that, the city is not required to bypass any of its rules just because TABC has, this 30-day timeline on that.
Okay.
My take on that is more so that they keep their permit processes moving.
Right. Okay, so
Um,
there's not really any real ramifications for the city since we're following our processes.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. I don't know if there's any ifs, ands, and buts. That I've never taken a deep dive into, that portion of the TABC regulations. I'm happy to do a quick scan and see if I find anything that's super useful to us right quick.
Okay, thank you.
I would suspect that the 30-day rule is put in place to move things along. No one is being harmed here by the delay unless they were to raise an issue, which I don't think they're gonna raise. And so it shouldn't be an issue.
And Sammy has
Okay,
the email.
Sammy?
Okay, I found that email. Thank you for letting me use that email. We actually paid $6,000. Yes, and we paid, they broke it down. It was, 1,900 for the retailer permit and then 1,100 for the late hours. And then, of course, conduct search, bonds and certification filings and legal notice and agency fee. The agency fee was about $1,600. So we paid the agency 6,000.
Are those first two, are those annual fees? Or-
Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do pay an annual fee, and actually this year, they went up on our prices because we're a nonprofit organization and we used to get a break.
Yeah.
And now it's straight across the board.
Yeah.
And I believe it's 3,000.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
I believe
I've seen that too.
Okay.
it's between 3 to 4. I'd have to look that up also, but
You're okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sammy.
thank you.
Okay, so council, is there a motion?
My
I know you
motion
need,
is postpone it till April 15th to gather information about noise.
I need a second to that amendment. Okay, any discussion on that amendment?
Do we want to postpone for 10 minutes to perhaps get some more guidance from Cynthia, or do we want to just move forward with this? That's my question to the council here.
During discussion.
And my question is, as long as there's no harm to them by postponing, then I'm for this. Because I'm not a lawyer either.
Yeah, I agree with that because that's a lot of money.
Okay, so do we want to wait for Cynthia, council?
We can take a break.
Yeah, it's time. All right, so we are,
To another item.
yeah, now we're gonna take a break at this time, 5 minutes.
We call that a
8:03, so we are resuming. Cynthia, do you have an answer for us?
Might have a resolution there.
Yeah, we were just discussing it. Just making it Friday and Saturday stay open till 2. And we'll just shut it the normal hours at 12 o'clock during the week. If that makes it easier.
I don't think we can legally do that, right?
Okay.
It's no guarantee.
All right, so hold that thought for a second and let's see what Cynthia has to say.
So the actual statute itself, the Alcoholic Beverages Code, doesn't really tell us if there's a penalty for the city secretary not certifying within 30 days. What I suspect is that, if I looked for case law on there, there's probably some sort of cases out there that tell us one way or the other, on that, but that's a much deeper dive into it. But the actual statute itself doesn't say, and oh, by the way, city gets penalized, X, Y, and Z if they don't do this. So there's no actual, the statute is silent as to that piece.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other piece, on this, having heard what the applicant just said, because this is being brought forth in a form of a specific use permit. If the applicant is agreeing to certain uses, as indicated, the city could draft such a permit for that, and then, issue the certification that the late hours are authorized.
Okay,
And
so
then the applicant would have to follow that specific use permit as the city issues it.
okay, so on our specific use permit, we can say Friday and Saturday only.
Right, right. So if the applicant is in agreement to that, you can issue such a permit.
Cynthia, regardless to the fact that our city ordinance says that they can operate
All 7 days.
all 7 days a week, would that not go against our ordinance?
So to make, and if I misunderstood earlier, we're bringing this through the specific use permit because of the zoning regulations for this district.
Yes. So yes, we could put that on our permit.
Yeah, because we don't have any regulations.
So we
it
could
would
put
be
that on our
yes.
permit. So what would that process look like for them if we alter this permit? They've applied under?
Well, I don't think there's a way that they would alter it at the state level, but no, since this is a special use permit, I would assume just typically the
Yeah.
council can implement special restrictions. My concern was only that it was allowable by ordinance, so could you do that with this special use permit when it's allowed by ordinance?
And Cynthia said yes.
Okay, perfect.
So we can.
Because-
Tonight, we
right.
can put restrictions on the permit tonight. Cynthia?
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
because our ordinance tells us that well, let me flip back over to the ordinance right quick. That the hours that are prohibited, right? So our ordinance tells us, when late night hours are prohibited in the city. And then our zoning regulations control and says you may have certain rights, in this zoning district, but only through that special use permit. So, if that's how we've been regulating and we regulate through that special use permit, the city could, if the applicant is in agreement to it, issue a permit that says, you're granted these late hours, but your business may only, operate these late hours under our specific use permit for those particular days.
So city manager, would we need, I know we have an amendment on the table that we need to look at. Would we need another amendment to?
You vote against the current amendment, and I do believe because of the way the first motion, you would want to have an amendment to have the exception to only allowing it for Friday and Saturday.
Okay. So we would vote against the First Amendment,
Yes,
and then we would have an amendment to only allow Friday and Saturday.
for the late hours. If council's in agreement, that would be your steps.
Sounds like what we like.
Are y'all ready to vote? Okay, so we're voting on the amendment to postpone. So if you want to postpone, you would vote yay. If you want to not postpone and to go back to the original motion to be amended, then you would vote nay.
Vote nay.
Okay,
Nay.
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 Aye.
okay, city secretary council voted with 4 members to vote against the amendment to postpone. Councilmember Stevens voted in favor of the amendment to postpone. So to postpone has been defeated. All right, so do I have an amendment on the table?
I make an amendment to the original motion to only allow the special use permit on Friday and Saturdays.
I need a second. Any discussion?
Would that suffice? I just want to ask Cynthia, would that suffice as an amendment? What I just said?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Nance?
One quick discussion for Cynthia. When we say Friday night, Saturday night, because this is midnight to 2 a.m., is that actually Saturday morning, Sunday morning?
Yes.
11:59.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I can get specific.
Yeah.
Do we need
All
to
right.
dispose of my amendment?
Well, I mean, if it's common knowledge that it's Saturday or Friday night, Saturday night, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, that's how I would take it. You know, if you all want to fine tune that,
Business
you're
open
certainly
meeting,
welcome
yes.
to.
This particular.
We can make that an intent. We can say that right now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
ready.
Okay. Any comments? Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
I understand the intent. I'm gonna buy a data recorder anyway. In my view is, this is too big an issue. We have too many complaints. People get tired of calling and then the noise is gone. So I'm gonna go buy a data recorder.
All right, so let's vote on the amendment to add to their special use permit that they can only operate Friday night and Saturday night, Friday night.
Meeting till Saturday at 2 a.m.
Yes.
Friday night, meeting Sunday till 2 a.m. is our intent.
Yes.
And I vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, City Secretary Council voted in favor of approving the special use permit with the amendment that they can only stay open late on Friday night and Saturday night. One council member voted against, and that was Councilmember Stevens. Now we need to dispose of the original motion.
I would vote in favor of that is my
As amended.
understanding. Aye.
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 Councilmember Stevens? Okay, City Secretary, the original motion as amended has been passed unanimously with only Councilmember Stevens voting against it. So we have approved special use permit 2025-03-01 as amended. Okay, moving on to action item E, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Action item E is to approve the recommendation of the city manager to hire David Luce as the Director of Utilities as per Charter Section 4.02A.
I need a motion.
I'll move that we approve the recommendation of city manager to hire David Luce as the Director of Utilities.
I need a second. Okay, city manager discussion.
So after council made the recommendation to change the minimum requirements of the position, we did repost the job, which required additional years of project management. We did have several applications. Upon interviewing and speaking with Mr. Luce, he does have prior water utilities experience. He did work for another city in the utility department before he decided to take a break and go to TxDOT. So he does have a long history of project management with TxDOT. He actually was with TxDOT in Alpine for a period of time. Gonna say this, and he can kill me because he is here. His wife wants to move back to Alpine. So they want to be here. And during the interview, we did discuss some of the concerns, the issues within the department. All of us within the interview, including the current interim utility manager who is here as well, are in favor of hiring him. Based on our, and I wanted to make sure I included this because everyone asks, based on our current compensation study and the hiring chart, looking at his years of experience in project management, plus his years of experience working in utilities, his starting salary would be $77,832.23. And Mr. Luce is here present if you have questions.
Come on up, Mr. Luce, please. And just state your name into the microphone for the recording.
Hello, everybody. I'm David Luce,
I did.
and it's nice to meet y'all so far away. I might have an answer and I might not. I don't know.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
So have you met the utilities team at all?
Yes, sir. I've actually worked with Johnny quite a bit.
Is that
All
a plus
the
or minus? Never mind.
Never mind, we know the answer anyway. Continue.
Good.
But no, we've actually worked very well together, you know, and being with TxDOT here for a lot of years. I don't even know how many years it was, but you know, I did get to know a lot of people around town here and worked with a lot of people with the city and county. So I have a lot of good relations here.
Okay,
What do you think the hardest part of your job is gonna be?
You know, I'm all about building a team. And, you know, everywhere I've gone, it seems like you have a lot of people really want to do the right thing, but a lot of times it's just not well organized to do it. And just getting the organization and building a team where everybody's just functioning together, and not just the utility department, but us working with the street department, us working with TxDOT, us working with the county, because if they're doing a project where we can go in there and do upgrades to our infrastructure while they're doing something, it saves a lot of time and a lot of money. You know, and that's where I think, you know, just getting in and getting the feel for it and seeing where we're at, but building that team.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo? So you said you lived here before?
Yes.
When was that?
Actually, I think we moved here about 2013, something like that, and we were here till 2021 or 2022.
Okay, Councilmember Nance.
I guess if you can just briefly talk to the crowd about your experience kind of with utilities and everything else. And then also if any of that has been, if it's been more directed towards like streets and things or water, so we can kind of know where your strengths are and everything else.
Well, you know, honestly, with TxDOT, a lot of mine is with road work and streets. You know, I'm very familiar with that, but I am very familiar with utilities as well. You know, water, wastewater. I was with the city of Bay City, and I was over the utility department there, as well as the streets there, which, but, you know, I think working with the water and wastewater, to me, that's one, anytime you have anything, a street can be seen all the time, and people drive over potholes and you hear about it as soon as they do. You know, anything that's underground, you don't see it. It's not an issue till it's a really big issue. And, you know, and that's where I think a lot of our infrastructure over the years has gotten kind of overlooked because it's not seen. And so getting that to the forefront and looking at ways that we can do capital projects to upgrade that infrastructure makes, you know, Johnny's job a lot easier, because when you're just kind of fighting these older lines and just fighting it, it makes it really, really difficult. And, you know, for the crew as well, because you're out there every day kind of fighting that same spot over and over again. You know, you might just be moving down the line a little bit, but so looking at different ways we can get, you know, capital projects going, you know, whatever we can do, grants, wherever we can find a way to upgrade the system, I think that is what we need to do.
Perfect. And the second question I had, and this is a question, co-question for Megan and you as well, is as far as licensing, will Mr. Lucy need any licensing, and what will that look like on a 1 to 3 year pipeline?
So, part of the agreement or change with council was that it had to be the project management, but in speaking with, David Luce, he did have his license in the past, by the way.
Yes.
So he does know the TCQ system, and he said that he is more than happy to go after the licensing as well. So, based on the TCQ requirements, you do have to have a certain amount of experience and time within the department before you can actually start applying. So I believe you can't reapply for the D, which is what he had. But with the going back to the basic core requirements of the training, the basic water, basic wastewater, those type of courses, he would be able to test for his C in a short period of time.
Perfect. And then the last question I had for you is, in order to onboard, we just brought in a director of finance, and that individual is going to be going to GFO, which is a conference for financial government finance and everything else. Beautiful that the city's actually doing that to support that individual in a leadership position. I guess, Megan, this will be a question back to you. Is there anything question on your end, how can the city support you to onboard to this role? And Megan, are there any things that we can send Mr. Luce to as far as in the next year so we can help him?
So yes, if council approves hiring Mr. Luce, there will be an offer letter with expectations. Part of the expectations, of course, is obviously training. There are regional meetings within our area that he can attend. There is the American Water Association that does an annual conference. There's a Texas Water Association that does an annual conference. We did just miss one that was in January, but there are several conferences. And then, of course, it's just networking with the utility directors within our area.
I was gonna say, whatever support you need from council, I think it's very good to keep you around and help onboard you in whatever way. So whatever you have to say on that.
Well, definitely, and you know, we kind of talked about it in the interview. I'm not looking at this as a short term. I'm looking at it very long term. And my wife definitely is, I promise you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez?
I read all your resume and you have a lot of experience, and we're so glad that you decided to come back to Alpine and help the city and all the problems that we have here. I know Johnny will be so happy, you know, that he will have more help. So I just want to thank you, come aboard and welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate that. I think, especially your last two positions, the TCEQ position, my goodness, you must have a heart. And we love our teachers here in Alpine too. And so noting that you answered this in some way, you'd hang in the position for 5 years, or you gonna hang around here? at least?
Hopefully longer than that.
Yeah, okay. That's-
Honestly,
God willing.
I kind of tried the retirement thing. I didn't like it. My wife liked to work me to death. I had to go back to work to relax a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so yeah, definitely looking at it very long term.
And then two questions, and I understand the streets are in there. Well, maybe a couple, but on streets, are you familiar with building any types of like bicycle lanes or any alternative transportation options?
You know, I was in that whole study with the what was it, the corridor study,
Yeah.
and I learned a lot
Yeah.
about bicycle lanes and pedestrian walkways.
Protected lanes, other things.
And actually, I've taken several courses on pedestrian walkways.
Okay, fantastic. I appreciate it. And then in regards to water, I'm sure you know, it's not reported in the news that much, but we get this isn't real wood. We get water leaks a lot in town, and there's been a lot of earthquakes lately. So you might
Yeah.
be thrown into something here soon. In regards to the actual, you stated you want to fix things. Are you ready to,
Yes.
put it out there and say, hey, we might need to go out for a bond, or we might need, and I realize as a city employee, it's hard to advocate for some of those things that sometimes mean taxes and other things like that. But where's your viewpoint on that?
You know, to me, and honestly, it's not just Alpine. Every city is facing the same issues. And it's honestly, the infrastructure was just not kept up with.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's roads, that's everything. And it's not anybody's fault. It's just over time.
Yeah.
It just kind of got put on the back burner.
It's staying the way it is.
And as soon as you start losing ground on it, you lose a lot of ground on it. And so I'm to whatever it takes to get it to where it's manageable. And, you know, look at it from every angle, find every dollar we could possibly find to get it up to where it needs to be.
Sure. And my last question is regarding something I think that's going to be falling onto your plate. It's regarding the lead and the copper pipes and all the crazy things going on there. There is a lot of word, I would say, when we were discussing this 3 to 6 months ago, that there were pretty strict repair requirements that were, and we were gonna, maybe there's gonna be this windfall of money that was gonna help out with getting even residents to be able to help out replacing some of their pipes, or at least the city making sure that it's of course good on the city side. are you familiar a little bit with what I'm talking about there? Just a tad.
Yeah,
I guess my question is this, and I think I already got a pretty good idea, but and you answer however you want, because I don't want you to set yourself up for a hard day one. But are you for, having and I guess I'll put it this way, in gas department, there's like very strict things because those things explode when they go bad. In water, you know what? If we're having copper or lead in our pipes, we might be poisoning a kid, but it takes 20 years to figure it out. With that, would we want to have the strongest advocacy coming out of your department and strongest backing of trying to do the very best on all these requirements?
I would think so. And again, it's kind of, I don't want to say day one, we're gonna be
Yeah.
able to fix all the problems, because we're not. It's a
Don't take time.
process. And it's going through that process. When I was at Bay City, I had a lady call me one day and she said, I don't have any water pressure.
Mhm.
And so we went out there and we got to looking and we couldn't figure it out. So we dug up the line that ran up to her house somehow had gotten forgotten for so many years. It was still 4 boards that were nailed together that made a line, and then it had a copper tubing that was drilled into the board, and then it ran to her house. How long that had been there, I have no clue, but things like that get overlooked a lot. And as long as it's working, like you say, as long as it's working, nobody knows the difference.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Thank you, David.
Okay. So, Mr. Luce, I am strongly in favor of recommending that you be hired. Your resume is impeccable. And you worked in Brewster County, you worked in Alpine, so you know the small rural communities. And I see that you also worked in Harris County, where I spent the majority of my life, which is neat. So that's a large area. That's the Houston area, for those of you who don't know. I do have some questions for you, though.
Okay.
I want you to tell council a little bit about what your plans are. I noticed you have a lot of administration experience, which is what we're looking for. We need a good team leader, a good director to lead the team. And I noticed that you said as a supervisor, it's important to know your crew, to know their strengths and to know their weaknesses. How are you going to get to know what your employees know?
That a lot of that is one-on-one. You take that time, it's taking time to find out who people are. And, and honestly, in the last 6 months, 8 months, however long school's been going, teaching high school, I have learned that, it's really difficult when you have a class of 30 kids sitting there and every one of them have such different personalities to be able to reach every one of those kids. And I've made it my goal that I'm going to reach every one of them one way or another. And so, and I've done it. I'm not going to say I'm this great teacher. I don't think I am, but I've actually reached those kids. They might not learn a whole lot about automotive technology, but about life, they've learned a lot. And, I'm preparing them for life. And so whenever you have a crew, you work with them. I'm going to go out there and work with them. It's not like I'm going to sit in an office all day and put on my thumbs. It's not going to happen. I know there's things that I have to do, reports that I need to do, finding money that I need to find, but my main goal is to find out who I'm working with and how can we best utilize that person.
That's right. What their strengths are.
Yes.
So that if you have an expert in a certain area, that you should lean on them for that.
Right.
So it is important, I think, to have those one-on-ones with the employees to find out what they do know. And are they being utilized in the right position with their experience and their knowledge? Because your team is only as strong as the way you organize it.
Right.
And as far as training, are you going to recommend training? And how will you encourage an employee who doesn't want to really go and do this training? What are you going to, and as a teacher, I know exactly where you're coming from. I'm a retired teacher myself.
I think a lot of it is once you find out kind of that person's personality, you find out how to motivate them. Again, you can't motivate everybody the same way. And so finding out what makes this person tick and how can I get the most out of this person. And that's what I expect y'all to do out of me as well. Okay, what makes him tick and how can we get the most out of him? Because, if I've always said that when I become the weakest link on my team, we have a very, very strong team. And that's what I want. I want to be the weakest link.
Exactly.
And that means I've trained everybody up to where they've surpassed me.
That's right. That's a great answer. You do. You want your employees to shine.
Yes.
Because that makes you in turn shine and it makes your team stronger. So what's going to be that motivation technique to get them to do that extra, that training?
Well,
They might not know what to do.
Again, I think each person is a little bit different and you find that little to get them there. And a lot of them, I've found a lot of people just having a certificate really means a lot to them. And again, water licenses and things like that, that's money in your pocket, basically.
Right.
Getting those licenses is big, but being able to get those people, and then when they get their licenses where they don't leave.
Right.
You want them to be satisfied in their job. You want, hey, let's keep that drive going. You got this license, don't leave now and just waste it away. Let's build on this and, get the next one and just keep that drive going.
So remind them that there's extra money and
Yes.
I don't know, sometimes people are motivated by having their certificates hung around the office or whatever it takes for that motivation, maybe some kind of little friendly competition to get training. So with the next thing, as you get to know your employees, are you willing to shake things up, move people around?
I think so, because again, you might have a person that's really not doing good right here, but after talking to them, you find out, wow, they really like this. And so maybe it's a matter of, moving them over here and letting them get that. And again, if you lock one person in to where all they're doing is the same thing day after day after day, they're not really building and growing. They're doing that day after day. Whereas if the more you can branch them out, the more they're growing and the more valuable they are to the community as a whole. Because what you don't want is, say Johnny goes on vacation for a week and we have to shut down the water department because he's the only one that knows how to do something. And you want everybody where somebody can take off and not have to worry about taking off. And because they know, okay, they're going to fill right in, we're good to go.
Okay.
And, and that's what I ran into with TxDOT a lot is there were so many people that this was their job, this was their job, and this was their job. And, and that's what I tried to break up is, okay, let's get everybody where everybody can do everything.
Mhm.
And maybe not as good as one person can do something, but they can get by.
You're going to encourage them to train one
Yes.
another. Okay. And I know it's not a requirement, but are you willing to come to our council meetings, especially when there's something involving your department?
Everywhere I've ever been before, I was required to come to them. So yes, and I think it would be good for me, especially at first,
Right.
because honestly, I really want y'all to get to know me and I want to get to know y'all. And so, anytime I want y'all to feel comfortable being able to come to me with anything.
Okay, and my last question, I think you've already addressed, it's how are you going to deal with limited funding? Now, we are already underway with the American Rescue Plan and you probably already know, working on the wastewater treatment plant. So some of these things are already in motion, but with the limited funding, how are you going to deal with that?
I think that's where you get inventive and I think I'm very good at that. Again, when I was with Harris County, when I first got there, the budget for my paving crew was $9 million a year. By the time I left there, my budget was $7 million a year. I trimmed that off and had that going into capital projects. So, you know, I think there's always ways to find money.
Mhm.
And it's just getting inventive with it. And again, I'm just gonna have to kind of get in and kind of feel everything out
Right.
and, you know, Megan is really smart. And so I think we can make a pretty good team there on that part. of it.
Dude, how are you gonna handle disagreements with Megan?
She'll probably win.
Uh,
It's probably like having a disagreement with my wife.
Now, you're the expert.
But, you know, I think there's always professional differences or whatever you want
Sure.
to call them. But I think you find that middle ground. And I think, you know, Megan working with me and we've been with TxDOT in the city for a long time and had our little things there. But I think working together, you know, two minds are better than one. And so I'm gonna bounce things off of Megan and hopefully she's bouncing things off of me. And I'm hoping y'all are bouncing things off of me. Because I think the more we work together, the more ways we can come up with any way to solve a problem.
Yeah, and that's one reason it's important to come to council meetings, so we can bounce things off of you. But yes, I am so glad you applied for this position. You are more than qualified and you're also a teacher, which is warm to my heart. And I appreciate your application. So are we ready to vote?
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council has voted unanimously to approve the wonderful David Luce as our Director of Utilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
When do you start?
congratulations.
April first.
April 1st, welcome
Oh, my
aboard.
goodness, we gotta wait that long?
I know, we need you tomorrow.
Tomorrow. It should be make a.
We'll get it going.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank y'all very
thank
much.
you. All right, moving on to action item F, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Action item F is to approve a 5-year contract with Continental Utility Solutions, Inc., CUSI, software for cloud hosting services for utility billing, meter reading services, work order management, and customer web portal. First year implementation fee is $36,750, and then continued monthly service fee of $2,559.
I need a motion.
We approve the CSUI software contract as presented.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Discussion, City Manager.
So at the last city council meeting, you were presented with the options and the discussions with the different utility services. This has been an ongoing project to find a better solution to what we currently have. During the discussion, we did provide an estimate of what it would cost. I do want to point out that the contract that's included, or the sales agreement that's included, is slightly higher. After discussions, it was brought up about the data. So we did request additional data to be provided. So there was an increase in the cost. But this will allow for more than a year's worth of information to come across, especially all the meter information that we were requesting. It is a 5-year contract. It does cover both the water and the gas department. The customer service clerks are excited to move forward. If approved, the contract would be signed and submitted tomorrow. And then we're looking at hopefully, you know, because it will take some time to get the data, to have those conversations, implementing it up live October 1st.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
How many options do you have that you choose this one?
She demoed 15, narrowed it down to about 11, and then the top 5 were demoed by the team as a whole. And this was their top one.
Councilmember Escobedo.
Oh, I don't have any questions. I remember. The last thing was
Yeah,
extensive.
it was extensive. That's right. Councilmember Stevens.
I don't have any more. I'm good with it.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
I think it was reported in the paper, but ACH payments there's no fees or charges to doing those. I think.
No, and there's not currently either.
Yeah,
That's the, if you pay with your credit. debit
Sure.
card.
I'm the one that keeps paying the dumb $2. Yeah.
So she's still paying.
No. I never know if I got the money sometimes. And then the other point was that we're gonna have a portal to where we can see the graph. I think the third point was that potentially there's some cost savings in this from less billing, the envelopes, the late fee, the other things like that. We need to go back and clean that up because I know we talked about that. Is that something you're willing to still look into with me?
So yes, so when we're looking at the cleanup, right now the cost really is in the mailing. And it's because we mail two separate bills.
Yeah.
Currently under the software we cannot combine them.
Yep.
So part of that process will be to get this cleaned up. The big part of it, of course, is the customer portal, whereas right now there's not a portal for people to sign in. The other cost saving is, it's gonna have the meter interface so that if we go to a digital platform, in the field, we're not handwriting and then typing it in. So we do foresee there to be a cost. And then of course, we've talked about the smart meters. This software is compatible with being able to upload that information for smart meters.
Yep.
Which will be the biggest cost saving.
Awesome,
That's
awesome. All this looks really good. The only thing I press upon you is as we go over this next, whatever, 5-6 month period, communication, internally, externally, everybody's got to know. So thank you, Megan.
Great. Yeah, so we did have an extensive conversation with questions being asked when Carmen was here. So this looks really good. Councilmember Nance?
See Carmen's on the video here with us. I may have a couple questions. Quick one is in here, 5,500 licenses. Is that water and gas?
Yes.
And we do about 2,300 water accounts, I believe less than 2,000 gas accounts.
About 2,800 water, give or take, and about 1,800 gas.
Okay, so this does not include trash.
So the water, it's water, sewer, garbage.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of all of those accounts. Some people may have water and garbage, some people have sewer and garbage, some people may just have garbage. It's a combination of all of it.
So everything on our current bill will be migrated over this.
Yes.
Water, gas, trash. Then the flat data exchange interface on that contract. Do we know what that is? Is that the CSV import? The only reason I ask is we're still going to be doing CSV exports, imports or anything?
I believe so. Carmen, I know you're online and you said to shout out you if we had questions.
And she's like, I didn't mean it. She said, I've already presented all this to council.
Just haven't heard a while.
I believe that is correct.
She's coming on.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Carmen. Thank you for being here again tonight.
No, thank you guys for giving me the space. Regarding council members Nan's question, I believe it is that first round of that data that it's going to be taken from USDI over to CUSI.
So that's just that's another migration charge.
Yes, I believe so.
That's the extra, Carmen, that's the extra data, right? We asked them to increase it.
Correct, because they had initially said that we would only migrate 1 year worth of the information regarding the readings and the payments. So we did ask if we could increase that, which would be beneficial in the long run whenever we're doing transaction reports for our customers. So they don't typically do it, but they did agree to move it up to 2 years.
So are we going to be importing 2 years of data? Or how much?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll be importing 2 years of data.
On the accounts that have 2 years.
Some don't. Oh, new accounts wouldn't have it. Gotcha. 2.5% for the credit card I saw. Is there going to be any further charge or anything if we onboard 3 smart meters? Do we know? It's compatible with it, but there's no further surcharge or anything, is there?
I don't believe so. At the moment, we didn't really talk about it just because we are not there yet.
Okay. I'm trying to think here as well. So when we look at this, I am pro this, the process. If you can just describe real quickly for me the change in process right now, we're using software that's not meeting y'all's needs, but you're taking the data from the meter readers and then inputting that into the actual software. Nothing will change with the process as far as reading the meters, getting that data into this software, or what will actually change?
With the meter readings, what will be changing is that we're implementing the app that they do have. This would allow the meter readers while they're on the field to put automatically that reading
onto the app. And once they've completed the route, it would automatically upload it over to our system. So that we're cutting the middleman. We won't have that clerk inputting all those readings, which will cut down in any possible errors.
So right now, we were taking paper meter readings, getting that to a clerk, and the clerk inputs them.
Correct. Yes.
Now the individual in the field will actually input that into something like a phone or an iPad or whatever else.
Yes, it could be through an iPhone, a Samsung phone, whatever phone is available, or a tablet as well.
And then at some point, the smart meter will be the thing that's actually sending that data.
Correct. Yes. Once we migrate over to smart meters, we won't need that meter app anymore. So it would be a lot easier of a process.
Gotcha. And for the end users, we're saying October is the go live date.
That's what we're hoping.
Mhm.
So the easiest data to transfer over is gonna be the Fort Davis gas account, because they're obviously not tied to any of our other utilities.
Will there be any, on a migration, is this gonna be migrating everything over and then flipping the script and everyone goes live on the product at once? Or will it be kind of what Megan just said there, where we onboard gas and then we'll onboard another group of people and another group of people?
Based on what I was told, we want to get all that data in first to them so that they can clean up, make sure that everything that we have with USDI goes over very smoothly over to CUSI. And if there's any changes that need to be made during that first round, we'll get them done. And then the second round of data will be taken. And I believe that's when it'll be like the most definite or more updated data that we'll have during that second round.
Perfect. That's the only thing I was gonna mention is, coming from a school district, we never do 5-year contracts. That's the only thing I'm scared about. 5 years is a long time. School districts, we only do 1, maybe 3 max, typically for most things. I don't know about utilities, at least on the tech side, but I just want to thank you again, Carmen, for spending all the time. You definitely did all your due diligence.
No, thank you guys. I appreciate all of you guys.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Okay.
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council unanimously approved the 5-year contract with Continental Utility Solutions. All right,
Mayor,
I
can we
need
get
a motion, please, to extend past 9 o'clock. I know, I told you.
Well, I was gonna remind you if you weren't gonna move.
So moved.
Okay, I need a second. Discussion. Let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council unanimously voted to extend past 9 o'clock. All right, moving on to executive reports. 6 minutes on the clock. Please start my 6-minute timer. It's going to be very short in the interest of time. I just want to remind everybody there's an election coming up May 3rd. Make sure you go and vote. The only ward voting is Ward 1. And with that, City Manager, your turn.
3 points. The Pueblo Nuevo Park, I just wanted to provide an update to council and to the public that we are finally able to move forward after working back with the Texas Parks and Wildlife. We have found the ways in order to get the ADA compliant parking covered by the grant. So they've already had their quote approved. It's already in the works. Once we get the ADA inspection completed and everything gets approved, we will set a grand opening date in hopes that all of council will attend as well, and then for the public. The wastewater treatment plant, I've had the opportunity to walk through the plant and visit with the engineer and the team on the current improvements. It is moving very, very well compared to our last project. Everyone seems to be happy with the current contractors. Not to jinx anything, I know this isn't real wood, but we're looking at anticipating finishing the project earlier than expected. So they've already completed several of the drying beds. They've got the next ones up and running to finish that. And then of course the clarifier, that seems to be, the fabrication seems to be moving faster than they thought. So really excited about that. The other project with the wastewater treatment plant that we've been working on is the asset management for small systems. This is the one that was awarded by the Water Development Board. Only cost of the city is 80 hours, which we will definitely have put that into this project. Visited with Richard and his team. They are working with the engineers to collect all the necessary information. Everything that was requested on my end, and I know Mr. Stevens was part of the initial meeting, has been provided. They're not going through the asset, which is wonderful. Because as they're going through the assets and updating it, it's also going to update our current asset system. There are a lot of things within our asset that are well, we don't know what they are, to be honest. I'm still looking for the 1978 dump truck or trash truck. So I know that the finance team has been working on that. This will also help with that from the wastewater treatment plant side. We have a lot of oddities that are gonna be removed and cleaned up, so we're really excited about that. The draft is required to be presented to the Water Development Board before March 24th. And one last item involving the utilities is 3 years in and FEMA is still pending our generator grant. We have not been approved, but we have not been kicked out of the grant process. They have requested additional information. I am at the point where if they continue to increase our side of it, I will have to come back before council. Currently, we do have money set aside for this project that can be utilized to cover the city's portion. Unfortunately, the costs are going up every year. We are on year 3 of the application process. So when we talk about FEMA and federal funding, I just want people to be aware, not overnight. But if we do get it, this will provide 4 generators in our well fields so that if we do have power outages like we've had in the past, we'll be safe.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, and moving on to council member comments, 1 minute each on the timer, please. City Secretary, 1 minute for Councilmember Stevens.
Pass.
Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Nance. Councilmember Martinez.
I just want to confirm with Megan that we having that PML meeting,
Yes,
so.
the city is hosting the Region 4 TML meeting on March 28th. It is a Friday at the Granada Theater.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
I'm just gonna say one last thing, piggyback off you. Last day to register to vote is April 3rd. For that May 3rd election, which is gonna be held in that room right here.
No,
Yeah,
here.
or in this room.
In this room.
Cool, in this room. And you can go League of Women Voters, govotexas.org, lots of good places to check if you're registered or to figure out, figure out how to do it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I want to thank everybody who attended tonight. The candidates that are running for Ward 1 are all here, so thank you for attending. It's important that you know what's going on. Thank you to the employees that were here. Thank you to Mr. Luce with your incredible credentials. Thank you for applying. We look forward to working with you. And with that, we are up to item 14, executive session. Pursuant to chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the city council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting for any posted agenda item or to receive advice from the attorney as permitted by law. Tonight, the city council will recess into executive session pursuant to section 551.071 the Texas Government Code to consult with our attorney. May I get a motion to recess into executive session?
I move we go into executive session to cover the 3 items on the agenda.
I need a second. Okay, any discussion? Let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council unanimously voted to recess into executive session at 8:51 PM. Okay, thank you, guys.
We're gonna take a quick break or we're
We actually have someone.
Yes.
This council. Sponsored by Subway.
Yes, 'cause I don't know, at first I thought, it's so skinny.
Coconut high.
And then I looked at the executive, I'm like, we could have dined at that, we didn't really celebrate.
You just start feeling the tinglish, and the cameras off, and then
Certification of
the
Abel,
Happy to. Over the way for that.
Should we clear off this mess here? No?
They need to know that we're well fed.
Council on action.
Not all of it. This is our payment for.
Yeah.
All right, may I have a motion to reconvene into open session?
Mayor, I move that city council reconvene into open session.
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary and Council voted unanimously to reconvene into open session at 9:52 PM. Okay, this brings us to the next item, item 15, action after executive session.
Mayor, I move the city council take no action after executive session.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Aye.
Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
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 City Secretary Council takes no action after executive session. And with that, we are adjourned
Right.
at 9:52 PM.
Yeah, we made it at 10, not really.
Oh.